Okay. Hello? Oh my god. Yeah, it wasn't Cleo this time. Sorry, everybody. Scattergun, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. So what actually happened is I updated to Windows 11, and I think it reset all of my audio devices, which I only have one. I only have one external audio device, which is the microphone. Anyway, everyone, thanks for being here. Hopefully everything's working correctly now. I didn't think I'd have to check. I didn't think I'd have to verify. The device was fine the whole time. I didn't have to unplug the mic or anything. It wasn't at the interface level. It was definitely in OBS, which for some reason it happens every now and then after I forget when. I think updating the interface usually does it, but whatever. Let's play video games. How about that? So I was saying before, you couldn't hear anything, but I was saying this is the Republic. It's expanded a lot because I played a bunch in the last 2 weeks, but I was too sick to play. So yeah, sorry everyone. Sorry about that. Yeah, it changed the device in OBS, which is weird. It's happened before, though I can't remember specifically why. But we've got a lot to cover. Let's unpause the game. There's Cleo. Cleo wasn't chewing cords. She's been sleeping, and now she woke up because I'm speaking loudly. So this is the origin of our republic. Workers and resources, Soviet Republic. This is where it all started. We've got our train coming off. We've got our freeway leading to the border as well. There's some infrastructure here, a little rail overpass, a little road interchange. I think I did... Yeah, this part happened on stream. Sort of. I don't think I finished it on stream, but I definitely started it on stream. Because last time... Oh, yeah. Last time was this interchange. There's been a lot of developments since then. So let me show you. Let me share this with you. We've got power over here now. I've got coal power plants because we make our own coal. We've got... What else? Waste facility here. Waste treatment. I've got 2 dedicated lines running crops back and forth to our clothing factory, and food as well. Clothing and food all set up, basically always full. Kind of a waste of workers, but the first area, eventually there won't be enough workers to make enough clothes to fulfill our republic's needs, but for now we're like full on clothes and food. We've got 17 million rubles in the bank, and we're not even exporting any of that stuff. If we have to, we will. Oh, when playing last, there's a time-lapse mode? No, I haven't. How does that work? What does that look like, I wonder? I'll have to see. Radio station is now built, so we're employing a lot of people actually at the radio station in the original town. What else? Big prison. I deleted... There used to be... What was here? A smaller grocery store. I think we started originally with a small grocery store, and I've eliminated that. And this is empty, so we can actually delete this. Demolition. I'll leave the road there for now, because maybe it'll connect. Maybe a second pub is in order. Maybe. I imagine this place is probably going to run out of steam at some point, or maybe it won't be able to help everyone. Huh. It's somewhere in the left menu. Okay. Time-lapse mode is probably a thing. It's probably really good. I'm not going to try to finesse that right now or maybe finagle that, as the stream has already been a technically questionable, we'll say. I wonder what this bus is. Ah, demolition. That makes sense. But yeah, the first town is still set up, and I haven't extended the rail, I haven't extended the road. It still terminates at a sewage discharge. But the next exit down, let's follow the freeway, right? We'll follow the freeway and the rail. I built a second rail distribution office to share the load of importing things, since we're going to be on imports for a long time. So right now, importing fuel. You can tell the contents of the imports by looking at this station. I just wanted to take the tasks. There were too many tasks in this one distribution office. You can tell now this one is all aggregate, open storage, and finished goods, covered goods are all imported using this rail distribution. And our, what is this called? Dry bulk? Yeah, dry bulk, liquids, and meat, which is refrigerator cars, are all imported. So this one has 11 tasks currently, this one has 15. That's a pretty fair split. But as you can imagine, this one was getting a bit taxed. Plus, I was running crops back and forth using it, and I decided that a dedicated line would be better. You'll notice there's 2 trains. I'll explain that in just a moment. Basic rail interchange. Intersection, maybe. Put fuel there. Built a little trumpet. For those of you that follow on the old Instagram, I posted on Instagram and Reddit some of the interchanges that we've built so far. I decided to bring the freeway over this way. I built a little baby cloverleaf. I think I've done this in Cities Skylines as well. It's a very cheap kind of cloverleaf is the only way I can describe it. Like, it's cheap in all senses of the word. It's 2 overpasses, could be done with 1 potentially. I use the roundabout style, these things here. The little slip lanes. This side, it just works. I think I set it up more or less. The freeway continues on, and we've got some bridges now. We're actually bridged over to the other side of the river in a bunch of different places because I went ham. I had a ton of money and just went crazy with the old infrastructure, right? Dreams, welcome in. Nephrite, we love a cheap interchange. We do. But what we love more than a cheap interchange, welcome to the stream. Nephrite, am I pronouncing you right? Let me know if I'm not. Is a, well, here's an interchange. Okay. I was going to segue into the more expensive interchange that we built last time. Nerdy side, thank you. I appreciate it. Answer the great question of life, the universe, and everything is 42 months. Pronounced correct. Okay. Very cool. Thank you for being here, Nephrite. 42. That's Bilbo Baggins said that, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. It was Bilbo. I can picture him. I can picture him saying it, so it must be true, right? That's how that works. This is a quadrant intersection, or a quadrant interchange for rail. I thought that was a cute way to sort of connect these 2 lines in a very space-efficient way that also still allowed for a direct connection. Because we will be running coal, or no, excuse me, steel. It just looks like coal because there's a big coal thing here. We're going to be running steel. Oh yeah, by the way, we have a steel setup now. If I need to go back and talk about anything again, let me know, or if I'm going too fast, because a lot has developed in this place. Because we got rich off of clothes, and then that gave it, well, we got basic money off of clothes, which gave me enough money to make coal, which gave me enough money. This is coal, right? Yeah, coal and bricks. Coal and bricks? Yikes. Enough money to then go to steel. So there's a coal town is over here. Steel town is over here. A second farming setup with 2 distribution office with big old trucks in it. KMZ 5410. Big old 13 tons of crop carrying trucks. I love that. It's so fun. I wonder if we're not 20. Hold on, 20 tasks, and this one's not assigned? These are both assigned to the farm, but they're not assigned to the distribution. Let me just count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. What is this assigned to, if not the farms? Pick up from the farm. Bilbo from Stargate. Was he in Stargate too? The fella who played Bilbo, and also the character from... Now I can't remember. 42 is the meaning of life. Oh, it is assigned. Oh, it is assigned. I just can't see it because it looks weird. That's as much of an explanation as I could possibly have. It is assigned to this distribution office. I could just faintly see the purple compared to the full fields, the partial fields, which are shortened for one reason or another. Well, anyway, I digress. Rail quadrant interchange, coal town, steel mill, steel blazon, secondary farm setup, helicopter construction setup. So now we've... Martin Freeman, thank you. That's the one. So helicopter setup, because we've crossed the river in 1 with a freeway, 2 with the rail, 3 with the bi-directional highway, I would call it, with a quadrant intersection on the other end connecting to our Parklow from last time, which came out great. I'm really happy with basically everything about it. Someone on Reddit tried to correct some of my stuff, and I was like, I've been doing interchanges a while, was kind of the way I felt. They were like, you should make it this. It's like, no, I mean, it has loops. They wanted to make like the left turns go like this. It's like, no, you're missing out on what makes it good. I'm not known in this community. I'm not known in the workers and resources community to know anything about anything, so I can't really blame them. Here's a little bit of a kind of a faux diamond, maybe a faux diamond / quadrant intersection. And you can tell it's a retrofit to make this bridge connection, which has a quadrant intersection on the other side. And the helicopter area / regular construction setup connects here with a quadrant intersection, which then goes to our new oil field. This was quite the thing to set up, actually. Don't you know who I am? No, I would never. It's not like that. It's not a don't you know who I am. It's a, of course you. Why should you assume that I know anything? Because I'm not known in this community. So, but yeah, I mean this design is great. Where the left turns, just to share with everyone what's going on here. Oh, you can't see the mouse. Dang. I wanted to make the UI go away and still see the mouse. The left turns are handled via these loops. The left turns off of the freeway use loops, which is good. And the left turns onto the freeway are just normal lefts here, which is fine. They're crossing the bridge, they're making a left here, and they're making a right onto the freeway, which continues on. Oh yeah, I put a trumpet at the end. Forgot about this. Might as well make these roads one way, huh? Oh yeah, there's some sketchiness here. I forgot I did this. I needed like a couple more places to run the coal because we were going to run out of coal or something. And I was like, I just need a couple more 100 people. So there's about 500 extra workers that live across the freeway. A little awkwardly. JD, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, Super Ninfrendo. Welcome. So let's actually complete the freeway here. Martin Freeway, if you will. What was his name? It was Freeman, right? Martin Freeman, yeah. That's passable. Martin Freeway, Martin Freedom. Aw. I appreciate that, JD. Yeah, I love Kodiak. Absolutely. Hope things are good. Oh my goodness. The best viewers ever. Holy cow. That's crazy. How do I ban them? There it is. Good try. Good try. Have you found its level of functionality matches its level of pleasing aesthetic? The game knows how to handle it. Oh, the Parklow. Not specifically. So I plan on introducing personal vehicles to the equation, and that's why we have interchanges at all. But then the weak point will become the first intersection. So if the interchange handles it, then everything comes down to the first major intersection, which the rest of these are probably fine, and this one shouldn't really ever cause issues because that's a demolition office and that's a depot. So this is a non-intersection, like it's not a big deal. I've left room for expansion. It's been a whole thing with infrastructure. I've put in a lot of infrastructure, way overbuilt, but it's been very fun too. Anyway, quadrant. So the vision here, this is our oil setup. So you can see this oil field is right next to another oil field, but I took the closer one. And the way that these work, this is quite the doing that this took. A lot of design. It was a cool looking bee. What language would that have been? They weren't doing it for I'm not sure, but they were just trying to defeat the algorithm in one way or another. The B is for band. Grant Hardy, welcome in on YouTube. When are you coming back to City Skylines 2? That is a good question. I don't know. I was thinking about doing a City Skylines 2 stream on the main channel on YouTube. and Twitch as well. It would be a simulcast thing, but I don't know. I don't know yet. But yeah, this is the first oil field. There's a second oil field roughly here in this big wide open space here. But this one is quite well captured. And I got these things from the workshop. They are pipeline road overpasses. Effectively, each one is a pump. So all these pumps go down the road, and if you look underground, they're all connected. Either underground or above ground, there's a pipe that runs down the road. Sometimes it's above ground, but usually it's underground, because every time there's an intersection, I didn't want to mess with it. I'd rather just build the underground pipe, and it's more expensive, but who cares? And this is a oil/fuel loading, unloading. So liquid, it should be. Liquid loading, unloading. And the rail all connects back to the main line, which connects to the customs house here. Construction finished. What do we got? This is sort of a slowly but surely type of thing. Today's goal, really, is to build the oil refinery, which is going to go roughly here, or it could go here, but also the city. So I want a refinery and a city. If you look on the map here, we're looking here on this bend of the river. On the inner bend of the river, I want to have a city somewhere and a refinery somewhere else. The refinery could actually go here-ish. That's not that far from the end of this. And we don't have to run any of it by rail, but I figured if nothing else, the oil should terminate in storage and a rail connection just in case. Because we can always export oil until everything is completely built. So if the refinery goes here, then it has pretty decent access to this oil field up in this area that we're looking at, which I haven't built yet. The city could go right off the freeway. The freeway could go through the city in our beautiful Soviet Republic. We could have the freeway go right through the city center because people love that, I'm sure. Actually, the people are indifferent to that. They have bigger problems, I think. But yeah, I think that this is all reasonable. The oil refinery should go somewhat between the two oil fields, and the city should go across the rail from that. Or the city could go here-ish, too. Well, I'm not sure. What do we think? City goes here, city goes here. I think it gets built faster, much, much faster, actually, if we build the city right in the nook where all these roads come out and meet. And then we can connect it to the freeway, and we can connect it by rail and all these things. Hopefully this rail is getting built. Ooh, research is finished. What were we doing? Fire helicopters. Yep. Fire helicopters. That's what we need. A nice riverside city. Give or take, yeah. I think right here will be the spot for the city. Which means the refinery can go here. Which means we'll still have access to the oil field, which is about another oil field right up here. Because this oil field will probably be exhausted. Like, we'll probably hit capacity. What am I trying to say? This oil field will require... The capacity of this oil field will be the amount of oil it's outputting will be eaten by the refinery here, and we'll need to get juice from that second oil field, is what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Ah, and this is where the firefighting helicopters were going to go. Now I remember. It's been about 2 weeks since I've played. Right now I'm sending some helicopters to complete construction on some of the roads, because a lot of these things can be built with mechanisms, and this helicopter office is all mechanisms. Excavators. I should have an extra helicopter construction office just for excavators. Would be smart. There's 3 excavators. So there's 3 of everything. 3 rollers, 3 asphalt pavers, 3 bulldozers, 3 excavators, I could free up an extra set of road building machines, plus add extra excavators if we go for that. But you can see the idea here is they bring the excavator over, they drop it down, or they bring the vehicle over. I suppose the best move would be to make the city next, because that'll make building so much quicker. Look at how many vehicles we've got coming in. There sure is a lot going on here. This road took forever to build. This long road took a very long time, I recall. And we won't be able to continue building these things until each of these gets finished. So what we should do is notify when finished on that. I'm going to hit notify when finished on all of these so we don't forget. There's so many though, so I'll save the rest for later. The town or the city can go here for the purpose of building everything around us and running the oil, running everything in this little bend of the river. So let's do that, actually. Let's establish all this stuff here. We can run the oil with trams. The trams can go over a bridge to get over the rail, because I don't really want them to cross the rail directly. I'm also inclined to bring this rail. We've got a bit of an end here. That's probably going to come across somehow. One way or another, it's going to come across. And we can build everything using all of this construction, because there are ground units here. Ground, you know what I mean. We've got helicopter construction, but also ground construction, so they can drive all of the many tons of this and that over. I suppose here for the city, and I suppose okay, let's just start building the city and the rest should fall into place, I think. I do have a tram station that I'm going to use. It's an 800-person tram station. It's kind of like the bus stop. I want to say, for everyone who knows this game well, if you've used the trams, you know the problem with the trams currently. It's that the one that comes with the game currently, the large tram stop only holds 400 people, which is like a joke. This is a little baby. This is a drop-off stop. This isn't a pickup stop. That's a drop-off. That's no good. That's like a tram stop for moving trams around your city, not for moving from place to place. So because of that, I've downloaded from the workshop a nice large one based on the bus stop, I think. I see 1,000 workers. I see 750 workers, 500. Let's go for the big one. Let's go for 1,000 because I think the refinery can take a lot of people, right? Oil refinery. Oh, it only holds 500. Let's go for the 750 size then. There's no reason to over... it doesn't matter. Let's go for the big one. Let's not run out of spots for passengers to hang out. Passengers and workers alike. Tram. Oh, with train siding. Those have train siding too. No, that's not what I want. I want this one. 800, 600, 400. Clearly 800. And we will have it pointed in such a way... Oh, I don't know. Hereabouts. What does the ground look like here? Oh, pretty flat overall. There's a bit of a hill, but that's okay. We got it. We got a lot of good stuff happening. Maybe right on the hill even, because it's not that big of a hill. Because we're just going up here. I think. Maybe right at the foot of the hill. And everything goes out from there. So this is going to be tram road. Road with tram track. I made the mistake of... I originally designed an area... And I used trams for the Steel City, actually. Here it is, Steel City. I had it connected with the non-car or the non-vehicle, non-pedestrian version, and I had that come all the way in here. But because of that, the police couldn't get to any of these things, and it was really quite sloppy. Very, very messy. Not very smart on my part. But the rest of it works very well. So there's this extra lane for buses / trams to... I don't know why it's tram road, other than it had to be for some reason. I forget why. But yeah, don't use this at the station, because you may want other things to be able to arrive at the station on occasion. Yeah, this is working great. Trams really unlock when you have a large enough station to support them. I also want to look into our depot here. I've got a bunch of depots that will make sense. Where are they? There we go, tram end station. Not necessarily the loop version, but the other version that we just saw is here. And the way to do it, I'm feeling like this is the way. I wonder if this is only for trams, or if maybe buses could also use this. Let's find out right now, before we build it. Can buses also use this? Could I path a bus through here? I bet we can. No, you can't. No, can't do it. So that's a small issue, easily overcome. We'll prioritize trams, and we'll build the tram end station here. I want to build it sort of like this. Just about here. Let's see how this goes. We'll just come off of here straight for now. I don't know exactly how all of this connects to everything we've built, but we will know shortly. We will know very soon how all this comes together. This one will probably have come off this way, I figure. And of course, this doesn't have to be tram road, but I think it'll help us if it is, ultimately. They will come out of the station like this, and maybe they come straight down here. Yeah. Kind of like that. So the trams have a spot to pull off and fuel up. They don't fuel up, but a spot to pull off and get their timing right. And then they go up here to pick up pedestrians, passengers, etc. And then the city all surrounds this, is the idea. I want to make a bridge here. So let's plan the bridge now. Is there an excavator nearby? We're about to find out. I suspect there is, but I don't actually know. Let's brace this first. Brace for impact. I just don't want the mud to get on the tracks and mess up the current design. It's simpler if we do it this way. Swoop. Okay, we do have an excavator nearby. This is not the best way to accomplish this. Let's just do one side at a time. Getting pretty comfortable with this. Just about high enough, I think. So let's flatten it out with a bulldozer, or let's see if we can bulldoze this side up, which doesn't really make sense, but that's what's happening. Bulldoze it up. And let's see if a road can go over top with that much clearance. I suspect yes. I could be wrong, though. not that. Probably an actual thing here. Probably an actual... Which is tram? So I guess the picture of the tram is tram, and we need a bridge, and we need one that can span this. I think any of them can. Let's go for the arch bridge. Nice. Looks phenomenal. And by phenomenal, I mean definitely good enough. To say the least, looks good enough. But yeah, once again, getting pretty comfortable with these tools in-game. Didn't quite hit the mark. Yeah, I'll fix that, I think. Let's just extend each of these a little bit. So these hills, we can move them to the right a little. And we'll see how this connects to the oil refinery before we build the city too. So we're going to pick where the refinery goes, and we're going to pick where the... That's much better. We're going to pick where the refinery and the city goes and really design it before committing to anything. Is there a difference in speed on any of these, or are they all 100? They're all 100 except for the brick one. I like the arch one the most. The walking speed goes way down on bridges for some reason. That kind of stinks that the walking speed is only 62% on bridges. What a shame. Because bridges are actually so nice to walk on in real life. Like, it's nice. It's not that... It doesn't make you walk any faster, I guess. Maybe that's the point. But it looks nice. Concrete bridge, prefab bridge, beam bridge. Gonna go arch bridge. Yeah, I still like that. Just about there. How'd we do? Yeah, looks clean. Looks clean. Looks good to me. Now we can... How well do these reconcile with one another? Close enough. Close enough. I'll use this as a time to point the bridge in the right direction. Or point the slope in the right direction. Just point it towards it a little. And this is the best way that I've discovered to do sloping. Some of you probably already knew that. I didn't know that, but using snapping and sort of widening the slope all around makes it way less sketchy. And then super duper bonus points. Cry Havoc, welcome in. I'm doing great. How are you? Bonus points if you just hit it with the smooth tool after. Just sort of smooth it out. And then build your road. And that makes for a very nice, smooth bridge. Well, now I don't like the placement because I went too far. Let's say that's that. It's close enough. Honestly, that is actually close enough. We'll go for it. The refinery setup goes just about here, because the other oil will point this way, and we'll point it right towards the factory here. How goes the great project, comrade? The great project is great and glorious, and it is to the benefit of all involved, for sure. All true. Two truths and a truth. It's going the best. It's going the best ever. Ever, ever, ever. All right, let's get another bridge going here. To the workers of the world. That's a Spice Girls song. Spice up your life. To the workers of the world. Spice up your life. Every boy and every girl, spice up your life. That's so funny. It's also a Chernobyl quote. Nice. Let's just redo this. There. Now it's basically straight. If you do it from there, that pretty much solves it entirely, where it's essentially a straight road. Looks great. Actually, until we have excavators, until there's maybe a construction setup somewhere. Like, this is a construction setup, but an in-town construction setup would be smart. And then we can put excavators and stuff. Or maybe a construction setup closer to up here. Well, either way. Hey, dirt, see you later. What is that from? I'm an excavator. Hey, dirt, see you later. That's definitely a song. Oh, that's just long enough to host a mechanism. Beautiful. All right, let's design the city core. What do we like in our city core? We like a bit of food. I usually go with food first. If anyone cares to convince me otherwise, I'm all ears, but I think food first is a good approach. Though I don't want to block that, so maybe the food goes right towards this. I'm curious, we can compare this to what I did in Steel Town in a little while. Perhaps. Something like that. It's all a bit tentative. It's all we can change it if we want. You don't want to know, it's a children's show, basically a fusion of Pee-wee and I don't know what. Is it a US thing or is it from elsewhere? We'll do the pub later. Cinema. I like a cinema right near the situation here. The cinema will ultimately not be connected by road at all. So ignore the fact that there's a road because that does not matter. Oh, but I didn't want to block the thing. That's right. My logic with this is it's really great to have straight lines as far as possible because that's really as close as you can get walking distance wise. So I want to not block this as best I can, but we don't have to do that obsessively. Well, let's imagine this. Let's imagine it comes out from here, and then we can try to fit the thing in this little nook, in this little armpit, the cinema or whatever. YouTube, dude started his own channel. Now he owns 3 Lamborghinis and a mansion in Hollywood. Is it Ty? What's his name? Ty Pennington? I'm here in my garage. I started a children's show. Blippy. Oh, okay. Got you. Well, I respect it either way. I respect the blip. Maybe that just stays as a marker, because I don't know. We will have a road here, so this is definitely going to hit a road somewhere. If you ever see a crowd of kids yell Blippy, oh no. Unlike a Soviet reactor, which never melts down, yeah. Because it's perfect, because it's all so well designed. All right, cinema for culture. About here. I want to leave enough space for paths and things without making it too cramped, while also leaving space for trash, because we got to have space for trash. The cinema may not be the best option there. No, cinema is the best option here. I like it the most. So let's do this. We'll align it about there. This will leave room for a series of monuments to our greatness. That's what it'll do. Okay. We will also need police, fire, hospital. So let's look into that next. Hospital is a smart move. I love having the hospital near our thing here, near the center of the city, because that truly allows for everybody to be able to walk to it. Are we aligned here? I think we're about aligned. I don't know if we're aligned with this. Oh, we're not. Specifically, we're not aligned with that. The cinema is not. The cinema is just a little off, methinks. Or that asset is slightly diagonal, which can't be the case, right? No, it's okay. I think it's good. Have fun. Welcome in. What the hell's Oblivion? Should I care? No, I think it's for the kids. For the kids. Probably not my kids, but maybe somebody's kids. Yeah, the cinema is slightly off. Try it again. I'm going to go watch a movie. And go Blippy if you don't have to care. That's perfect. Have fun. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are good. Have fun. Can you believe it? I still stream every now and then. Isn't that crazy? Actually, when I started streaming, I sort of thought it would eventually become my job, but I think that's a hard thing to do. I think that's a really to truly get to that level and have it be your what's not jiving about all this. Hold on. Is the right side of the cinema not squared? No, I guess it is hitbox wise. There's something odd about the perspective that I'm not getting, I think. Or maybe we do it like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. We'll have this go around the outside. Sorta. You caught that reference? I think it was Austin Powers. Maybe I'm not fully top down, you're right, but it looks odd, right? The dots turning red makes sense, but the actual visual doesn't look to be quite square. Bet you're sweet Blippy. Don't say that. I don't like that. Cool. Now they're all squared up, squared off. We'll need a few other things here, but that's roughly the city core minus a couple buildings. Nerdy side, no. No, you shouldn't. You can, but you shouldn't. That's all I'm saying. You can. Has science gone too far? Like, yeah, it has. Truly. I don't think that has to connect. I wonder if I did on the other one. With a dirt path, yeah, but... Oh, and I did the same thing. Oh, interesting. The choices for the core. I don't need to copy it, but there are some tropes that will be consistent as I design this. Your grandma used to say, you bet your sweet Bippy. It's not the same thing as... I think it's a different thing. I think you're right. That's funny. Bada boom. Leaves the question, what goes here exactly? Something accessible by walking path or the bar. The bar could go here pretty validly, and it could accept deliveries via this road, and they would be able to get out. Potentially. Yeah. Sure, I like it. Or recreation. Yeah, recreation is... I'm going to use one of the bigger buildings, probably, Gabe. So I don't think it's going to fit there. But yeah, one of the... So a thing about this is that it would be nice to make it more traversable So we'll probably do some paths this way eventually. Just so this isn't such a black hole when it comes to pedestrians, because they won't. Actually, no. This is all going to be highly walkable because there will be. These will have sidewalks, so they'll be very walkable. But this is a reasonable thing to do, maybe eventually. Let's do the bar here. We'll do the bar right next to everything. I don't see a reason not to build the bar. It's not good for people, but I can't deny them. It's a pub. I won't deny them the pub, though. I can't do it. Bluey's a guy, yeah. Or maybe Bluey's not a guy per se, but Bluey's certainly a dog. That much is true. That much is clear. Maybe we try to match. Or I could just go straight right there. This may affect the trams a little, but not bad enough for it to matter, I don't suppose. Something like that. Does that mean we're going to put trash in the middle of all this? Potentially. Okay. And we'll connect it with probably just regular asphalt road. Or maybe we do the asphalt road with streetlights and sidewalks, because we are rich. Cool. Kids are almost 30. You don't keep up with that stuff anymore. You don't have to. But have fun. Maybe you know some Dora the Explorer. Or maybe I mean, Sesame Street is pretty timeless, right? Everybody loves Bluey. Yeah, no, people love Bluey. That's what I've heard. I don't have like biological kids of my own per se, but I'm aware of Bluey and that people love Bluey very, very much. That looks good. And this can connect there, which makes me want to complement it with the same sort of angle here. Let's get our storage here. So we need a warehouse. Warehouse? Their house. You avoided Bluey. Bluey is supposed to be really good, is my understanding. Like, people love Bluey. People hate Coco Melon. I know the lore. I understand the lore of these entities. Only mineral children. Yes, I have children. Mineral children. Thomas the Tank Engine's cool. Yeah. Yep. Never really occurred to me as a kid. Thomas the Tank Engine must be a British thing, right? Must be a coming out of the UK, because it was Ringo Starr. Oh, and George Carlin. What? How crazy is that? That's wild to me. That I was watching George Carlin be a little guy. I didn't know who George Carlin was when I was watching the thing. Nor did I really know who Ringo Starr was, but it's crazy that either of them. The conductor, exactly. Yeah. Wow. It's all coming back. Mineral children, they rock. Dogs are captivated by Bluey as well. Something to do with the colors they use. Weird. Is that good? Havoc, that's great. I don't know. Written by a reverend. Interesting. Bluey was written by a reverend? Or no. You're probably talking about Thomas the Tank Engine. I wonder. Thomas. Tommy the Tank Engine. Grown man who enjoys Phineas and Ferb. Oh, there's no shame in any of it. Watch whatever you want. Truly. Stigmas be damned. I just don't think there's... Why should people care? Why should people care? I suppose we can afford to have people build this, so maybe we bring it in and just make it a very short connection. And we'll just have humans come and build that up. This leaves enough space for a monument, I think, which we can either design in or not. Either way is fine. This can be with sidewalk. Yeah, let's do it. Sure. And then this one will be without sidewalk because it's just a delivery connection. Or we connect it diagonal and we make a... Let's build out the road network here. Asphalt road with streetlights and sidewalks. Yeah, have at it. I'm just saying. Fireman Sam was a go-to in your youth. You doubt it reached the U.S. Never saw it. It's interesting that George Carlin took over. Did he take over in the U.K. as well as the conductor? Because I remember Ringo Starr, and I remember my mom telling me that's Ringo Starr because the Beatles are the Beatles, and it's like, no, Mom, that's the conductor. Obviously, he's a little man that conducts. He conducts the. He doesn't seem to conduct the trains, but he conducts the show. He conducts himself with dignity and grace. That's what I see. You feel me? Ringo Starr. That's the conductor. Please. Please, you're embarrassing me in front of the conductor. He's right there. Conducting. Just kind of extend these out a little. Go for an asphalt road there. Yep. Now let's see. Eventually this is going to cross here. So let's do that, I guess. It'll leave room for other things. Rocco's Modern Life is great. Oh yeah. Rocco's was wild because it was kind of like a soft version of Ren and Stimpy, in my opinion. Like Rocco's Modern Life was still pretty gross at times, but it was not quite as adult as Ren and Stimpy, but the two are comparable in like what they accomplish, right? Pancake, welcome in. Good evening. George Carlin was never the UK Thomas. Wow. That's wild. Dang. I wonder how did I get both is what I want to know. I'd like to understand that. How could I be so blessed as to have not just George Carlin conducting my Thomas the Tank Engine sessions, but also Ringo Starr? How could any of us be so lucky? Or maybe you dislike one or both of those people, but George Carlin is quite well liked, and Ringo Starr is definitely. No, he's not unlikable as a person, but he's not my favorite Beatle necessarily. But he doesn't have to be. He's a legend nonetheless. I'm just going with it. I don't know what these spaces will be for yet. Maybe the police station. The thing should go here. The sports facility should go in the upper left sort of quadrant of this. Ringo Starr definitely is. That much is true. My favorite Beatle, both Bug and band member. Oh my goodness. Favorite Beatle, the Bug, is probably is a June bug a type of beetle? Those were always on my window as a kid and they disgusted me. But I know them really well and I'm very comfortable with them. As disgusting as they are, I'm okay with it. And probably John Lennon. Yeah. Probably John Lennon. I would have answered differently at different times in my life. But for where I'm at right now, I think John Lennon. We'll go with that. We'll do that. And Carlin did 3 and 4 in the US and redubbed Series 2, which was really, so they took Ringo off. They're like, US is not responding well to the Beatles. Quick, get Ringo out of there. Get him out. They don't like it. The kid, he's not resonating with the kids. It's not 1960 anymore. 65. The kids don't get it. Who's out of touch, us or the kids? Get George Carlin in there. Oh yeah, the Ringo Starr. I can't even do it. There's just no way. But yeah, maybe it was the accent. I'm not sure. The Beatles. Scouse accent. Is that how you pronounce it? Alec Baldwin was the conductor? For who? What children? We are talking about old TV shows. Yeah, Pancake. We've made it to... We were talking about Bluey. We were talking about current TV shows, and it's turned into old TV shows, which I'm fine with. We can talk about whatever. I'm just enjoying kind of the vibe and just the building of it. The designing. Oh no, the thing I want to build is too large for the plot I want to build it in. Alec Baldwin in 2000, yeah. Oh, Liverpool. Okay, of course. Scouse. I feel like he's a Scouser. I feel like it's... What's Liverpool known for? Like production, right? Liverpool's a big... It would have been a big industrial town. Now it's known for the Beatles, probably, certainly. But prior, I mean. Now we could build another little something here. Got the cinema. There's a bar. That side is done. State infrastructure. So fire station would be a reasonable thing to maybe have at the city center too. I don't always do it that way, but maybe for this one. Because that's just about the perfect size for what I'm trying to do. I didn't know. I would have assumed it was just called like Liverpool English. Comes from lobscouse, which is a popular meal around the port. Oh. I just can't believe that there's a whole pool full of liver. Which is obviously why it's called Liverpool. Why else would they call it that? Any other reason would be silly. Profoundly silly, I'll say. Profoundly silly. A whole pool of liver, come on. You can't put it in a pool. Don't be silly. I'm feeling like this goes this way. We'll let the road face bottom right, and we'll have the paths connect top left, I think. Yeah. I would love to fit the thing here, the pool. The Liverpool. What's it called? The sports hall. An indoor pool could actually fit there. Not a Liverpool, but a sports hall cannot, I think. Unless we just move this road out of the way slightly, and then it can. Maybe that's the way to go. Let's do it. Always happy to help educate on British culture. What I know of it, anyway. Nice. It's just a kiddie pool, so it's not that much. Who put all of this liver in this pool? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Ooh. I don't want to delete the whole road. I don't want to throw the bathwater out. Just the baby. That's good. Now we can put the sports hall in, because this is basically the perfect size, I think. Residential, sport hall, yeah. And it can go here, and we'll leave a pathway in the upper left quadrant. a direct connection to the old tram stop there. Yeah. And now we know that that's about how much space it's going to take up. Looks good. Good enough. Good enough. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'm just going to not let it get to me. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try my best to not freak out. Yell. Let's see. Who did the dubbing for Sesame Street in the UK, US? Oh, was it different in the UK? Well, yeah, Sesame Street is US original. I'm just wondering, yeah, did the Brits have it any different? I don't suppose so. Or it's not that I don't suppose so. I would hope not. The fact that anything should be adapted is bizarre to me. I know that it happened a lot, but I suppose it happens less these days because how many shows from other places have we all seen? Probably a lot compared to how it used to be. Maybe they underestimated what people would tolerate as far as media coming out of other places somehow. I can't think of a better way to say it than that. Like, oh, this isn't an American production. I'm not going to watch it. Right? Like, I feel like that should be just about done if it was ever a thing. Like, why did we need 2 offices? It's controversial. That's controversial to say. I don't know that we did, though I will say that perhaps the US version has its own merits, and a lot of people would say that. I don't know. I don't have a dog in the fight really with that. It's just a question. I'm just asking questions out here, okay? I'm just asking questions. What could go wrong? Offends the entire Office fandom. Canceled. Paw Patrol was dubbed. Ah. We rarely had US shows dubbed. Snapback Pretty, how are you? How's the day? That's my wife, everyone. She's in chat. We're married to each other. As opposed to other people. I'm gonna fix that. I don't like that it's diagonal. She's having a photo shoot in the woods. No, on a farm somewhere, I think. A gamer with a girlfriend? How dare you, sir? I know, it's crazy. With a girlfriend. That my girlfriend is even my wife. That's funny. How dare you? Sesame Street gets versions all around the world to accommodate their individual educational requirements. That makes sense. That does make sense, I suppose. So Snapback Pretty and I last night watched a thing about, there was a show called The Slap that came out. And I thought it was interesting because it was originally an Australian production and they decided to make a US version, and that had its own stuff. It was a whole thing, but what was interesting to me, what stood out to me was that there needed to be 2 versions. Cuz I don't understand why we didn't just franchise the I think it was Australian version over to the US. Cuz why not, right? Like, it doesn't, who cares? But I guess somebody thought it was worthwhile to do for some reason. I don't know. I have no reasons for anything. This probably hits hereabouts. It would be great to not have this semi-major connection hit the city directly. I know I made a joke about having the freeway go right through the center of the city. ultimately that's not really what I want to happen, obviously. So it makes sense that different places would have different educational needs. That makes sense to me. That's a good reason to dub a show. But as far as swapping out Ringo Starr for George Carlin, I think I love George Carlin. I think we could have done fine with Ringo. And a lot of people would disagree, would say that there's nothing fine about Ringo. But I would say I think I was fine either way. I don't think it mattered to me very much. Because then it was somebody else entire, or no, Schemer is who I'm thinking of. There was a fella named Schemer. I don't know if he was unique to the American version. I don't remember him having a non-American accent ever. So maybe he was even a later development. I don't know the exact chronology of these things, of these events. Now, what else is missing here? We need a police station. We don't have residential yet, but that's okay. We're designing the city core. We have a shopping center. We have a bar, a pub rather. We have a cinema. We have a sports hall. We have the hospital. We have the fire station. Okay, we don't have a kindergarten yet. I'm a fan of building big kindergartens everywhere because I don't care to build a lot of them. Or maybe even we preempt the whole thing by putting a kindergarten here and a kindergarten here, and this half of the city gets one, this half gets the other, and everyone's fine. Yeah, kindergarten and school. I'm thinking school can go in this nook here, actually, because the kindergarten is a bit large. I never need a school larger than this in any of the cities I build. It just never happens. I've never seen Taskmaster. I've never heard of Taskmaster. But yeah, I just don't know why, other than different educational needs, which is valid. If one place has a different educational, I want to say deficit, but like concern, you know, if there's some concern or some area that needs development in a populace, then sure. There's no reason to face it that way. Or diagonal, actually. Yeah, diagonal. Yeah, there it is. Could be the accent, maybe. But I mean, okay, but between George Carlin and Ringo Starr and the UK and the US, it was fine. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. It wasn't a problem. It was okay. We were okay, I thought. I think this way is better. Like, it just wasn't worth changing in my mind. It's just not even worth, like... At least they didn't pick somebody who was an extremely profane comedian. Good thing they didn't pick anyone who was known for their use of profanity and crudeness on stage to be the conductor on the kids show about trains. Did Ringo leave the UK? What? They kicked him out. They kicked him out. He's not that bad. I'm just saying. It's funny. Sesame Street is very New York centric, at least American urban centric. Definitely. Yeah. It was Sesame Street was trying to speak to some underserved populations for sure. Yeah. Sesame Street had all the peeps in it, you know. It had you had your neighborhood grocer, and like everyone was just there, and I never felt like alienated as a non-city dweller or anything like that. It was never like, oh, I don't live in the city. I don't live in the city, therefore I find Sesame Street unrelatable. Like, that never even occurred to me because it's just ubiquitous. Like, Sesame Street is just so built in to everything. Andrew Dice Clay would have made a great conductor. Andrew Dice Clay, he must be a profane comedian, I guess. That's my hunch. Yeah, George Carlin's an interesting pick. I never questioned it at all. They made everyone hate the person in the trash can. Poor Oscar. Oh, Nick Offerman would be great. He's got a good like thick voice too. Right? He's got a good Nick Offerman voice. That road wasn't going to continue, so I'm getting rid of it. This may become tram only road, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make this into tram only. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Did I do it? Yeah, good. Cool. We don't really want cars going on the main route of the tram track, I don't think. Your old man corner now. No, have fun. No, come back. Everyone's welcome. Everyone can hang. It's okay. The skits with Samson the bear. Oh, you talking about the thing? Oh, Vampire Who Did the Counting. You're talking to Sesame Street. Yes. And Cookie Monster, of course. I disliked how Cookie Monster became a vegetarian, and I found out recently from my wife that he's omnivore now, which is like, yeah, great, good. Don't shame him for eating desserts. Let him eat a dessert every now and then, but also maybe promote a balanced diet to the children. Like maybe that's the right answer, and I think it is. Promoting a balanced diet is a pretty cool thing to do, I think. Rather than saying that he's not allowed, he's to deny himself cookies. Like let the monster man eat the cookies. The man monster. He was never a vegetarian? Was I outraged about nothing? I'm outraged at my... I'm outraged at... I'm not allowed to be outraged? This upsets me. They changed him eating veggies to make him healthier. Yeah, I agree, but I think you can have a balanced diet and consume cookies as part of that balanced diet. It's not... should you solely eat cookies? Yes. Yes, you should only eat cookies. Full stop. That's really all I have to say about it. You should only eat cookies. I don't like that. I'll have to see how this connects. I don't know how this connects to everything else yet. He has a food truck now too? He's an entrepreneur? The Cookie Monster? Mr. can barely form a sentence himself? Operates his own business? That's pretty good, actually. Good for him. That is funny. Cookie Monster in rehab. Yeah. He had a tube of cookie dough, I recall. It's a good joke. It's very Family Guy of them. Which way should this go? Which way and where? I think I like about there. Oh, we could have the okay, I got it. We can have it go in this little nook and have better connectivity to the pub overall. And then the star goes here. I like it. The cool thing about this is we get to design the city, and while it's being built, we then get to design the skyline. No, we get to design the oil refinery next. Yeah. We'll do that. And we can put a basketball court or whatever there. Some little other thing to supplement the sport hall, maybe. We still haven't done police. There's no police here yet. There's also no kindergarten. Kindergarten. This spot is also prime real estate for something. Nah, it doesn't have to be anything. Or it can be a trash can. It can be Oscar the Grouch later. Does Oscar the Grouch still live in a trash can? Have they addressed that? Family Guy also made the joke that you'd be grouchy too if you lived in a trash can. That's valid. Trash cans, multiple. Oh, he has a summer home perhaps. He has multiple facilities for himself. Leave room for some utilities. Yeah, there's enough little spots here and there for this and that. I'm happy with that so far. It's very, very compact. Very sort of an elegant little spot. I like what I'm seeing thus far. Good connectivity to this. It will have better connectivity as this gets pathed out. Because this whole area doesn't have paths yet, but eventually it will, once I'm more sure about it. Oh, you need trash and water and stuff. Oh, I thought you meant a place for Oscar to live. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're not wrong. We do need those things. So I like to get the big buildings out of the way. Oh, orphanage. Yeah, let's get an orphanage. Yeah. Uh-huh. Something like that, right? No, not quite. I don't want it to block anything off, is all. I want it to be. I don't want it to block paths and roads and things. Like, that looks cool, except it blocks this path, which is a good direct route to houses. Is there a different one? This seems quite a bit smaller, though, right? It holds a fraction of the number of kids. Samson is your version of Big Bird. Oh. Wow. I didn't know there was a different Big Bird for anyone. Why can't we all have the same Big Bird? Oh, okay, this could work. Yeah, this is a fine positioning for this building. Yes, very good. Very good, very good. Yes. Leave enough room for trash. Okay. Kindergarten. A garden for the kinders. I do think that we will need at least 2 kindergartens. Certainly by the time this is done, we'll need 2 of them. But I think because it fits so nicely here, I'm going to go for it. And I like, we'll use the good road, the good path for some of the city. Well, if that goes there, it might as well connect there too. At least for building purposes, and the trash can go on the corner here. They're co-productions now. Ah. Big Bird is called Bibbo? He's called Bibbo? He's called Bibbo? Bibbo? That's so cool. Is he still yellow? In the German version, ah. I wonder if this road hits here. I think it does. And then all the construction will sort of web out from there. Or it misses entirely and passes along and bridges this way and goes to the oil refinery. That's a smarter idea. And then the city can connect to the road rather than the road going through the city. The city can connect to it, and we can put gas stations on the corners of that connection. Bibbo, then. Bibbo. The big board. Sprechen Sie bird. Does Bibbo mean bird, or did they just pick a random name? Maybe it means big bird, specifically. It probably doesn't, but I'm just saying stuff, as I do. If I have a job, it's definitely saying stuff. No matter what my day job is saying stuff, this job, what I'm doing right now is saying stuff. It's all saying stuff. Sometimes I say a lot, sometimes I say a little. Right now I'm saying nothing at all. We need a police station. Bibbo. Perfect. Perfect. Bibbo's kind of a cute name. Vogel. Das gut. Now Big Bird is played by Matt Vogel. Really? Carol Spinney, who played Big Bird and Oscar at a convention once. He was really nice. Aw. That's really good. I think to play any of these characters, to do any of it, I think they ask a lot of their actors as ad-lib, like ad-libbers, as improvisers, because they're working with children a lot in a lot of these scenes. And many of them will ask the opinion of the children, or ask the children to speak on something, to talk about this and that. And as an actor, you can't just have a good voice in that situation. You have to also be really great at improvising and be very quick on your feet, right? I wish there was a connection on this side for the firehouse, but it's okay. Bibbo. Bibbo just sounds like big boy to me. The bit is the big, the bow is the boy, and he's big boy. I feel like eventually I'm going to upgrade all of these to the asphalt footpath with lamps situation one day. Showstack, welcome in. Looks like in this game you have to plan everything. So I'm planning everything, but that's only because it has to be built using construction vehicles. So I've got a few construction vehicles here. These are like the foundation pouring vehicles more so. And these helicopters are all designed for construction as well. And because of that, I'd rather design everything before letting it build to avoid error. So I'm planning very carefully before unpausing, because the helicopters are all going to take off to build this the second I unpause. And I really don't want to have to redo any of it. I would love to just have it all be correct the first time and not have to deconstruct anything. Because once you've built it all, you wind up having to... Once you've built it, you have to use demolition to demolish it, which is a similar process to building, but backwards. Which seems obvious to say, but there's a demolition office that demolishes things. Maybe I like that spot. I'm not sure. Are they still a part of modern construction? I'm not sure. If you don't plan to fail, you fail to plan. I've done both. Often. Early and often. Now let's say we grab... Can I grab a bit of... Let's design this road. Oh, I see. So it's probably using this. I have this little setup here. This is how I did all this terraforming, was because there's a bulldozer and an excavator in this construction office, and I think here is just out of range. So this is probably the limit, which tells me that the limit for these is about, what, 2 kilometers? Maybe 1? About 2. Or maybe it's 1 and a fraction or something like that. That's okay. I can design that later. Not a big deal. Safety tracks. I've always found the helicopter. I like such stuff. Yeah, it's very fun. You can set it up to 3 kilometers, but the range for terraforming purposes, it uses a bulldozer and an excavator, and that's specifically what this temporary construction office is for. I don't know what the range limit is for that because I don't think I can terraform this. I'm looking to terraform about here. Or maybe here. As close to this as we can. Like just about there. Let's see if I'm wrong or right. Let's see what's happening here. Can I raise the ground here? I can't. So the excavators don't see it at about 2 kilometers. They no longer see it. So maybe it's about 1.5 kilometers. Because it sees it here, apparently. And I was able to terraform here, but I can't terraform here, nor can I terraform past this point to get a hill here. So it's all right. I just got to bring vehicles over to get it done. Kindergarten, I was thinking there, but then it's sort of on the same side. So maybe on this side of the road. Maybe. Let's do it. Then we're heading this way, and eventually it meets up with the freeway, which will be a more direct connection to the border, so vehicles that we buy can drive here and not have to come all the way around. Let's design that. Let's design the interchange too. I know it's a lot of designing. Maybe it's too much for some of you, but it's how I play the game ultimately. Some of you probably love it. I really enjoy as a City Skylines player and as an anything player, I like designing and building and really dwelling on these things. So thanks for indulging me in that, I guess. I think it ran out of gas there. Certain number of maps. There's a map editor. Yeah, there's a bunch of maps in the workshop. This is actually a workshop map, but I think it's based on a real place. I could be wrong, though, also. I'm not sure. I'm also not sure that this is a high enough hill for the bridge that I'm about to build. But that's about what we want. What about groceries and other shops? Yeah, so this shopping center will take care of all of our needs, and then if I need an extra grocery place, then we'll do that. But yeah, so far so good. What map am I playing? That's a fantastic question. I'm not totally sure. Let's see if this is tall enough. Is there an easy way to check? It looks like this. I believe it's based on a real place. I can't tell you the real place. Not because I don't want to, but because I truly don't know. I'm sorry. That's a good question, though. It's in the workshop. If anyone knows an easy way to check, here I can save. I could always go to the main menu and then reload. But I don't think there's an easy way to check. Marcus, welcome in. Thank you for being here. I saw that you followed yesterday. Not to call you out or anything, but what I'm curious about this. If you find the channel when I'm not streaming, how did you discover this channel, or was it maybe through the YouTube, perhaps? Probably through YouTube, I would tend to bet. Those do not align. Let's actually aim towards the road. Oh, thanks, Nerdy Side. Yeah, the YouTube. There it is. It's a tube. It's for you. See, that's cool, but it still needs to be smoothed for it to be smooth. You understand, of course. If you must know. So this is the way. We hit it with the smooth terrain tool. Boom. Smooth. And now it is ready. Now it has been prepared. Does it have a certain number of boo boo boo? Yeah, Marcus, not to call you out. I'm just curious. As a creator and a bit of a business at times, I'm always curious how people discover a given channel. Mostly my own. I guess I'm somewhat less interested when it's someone else's channel. I'll be perfectly honest. But how for the good of the data point. Because I feel like Twitch has no discoverability if you're not streaming. How many times have you discovered someone who you didn't already know about on Twitch that wasn't actively streaming at a given time? Never happens, right? It just doesn't. Oh, hi. Hi, Cleo. The cat's here, everyone. You coming up? Oh, I had to take down a little ornament off of our window because the window hit it when I opened it. Okay, come on up. Hi. She's really good. Watch this cat. Oh, didn't know you had a Twitch at first. Going through your subscriptions on YouTube. Oh, thank you. About the spooey. Yeah. No, I've not uploaded for a while. That's okay. Thank you for answering. I appreciate. I didn't know if you had already left, perhaps. She's here. She's here. Cleo. Can I see you? Have you ever seen such a baby as this? Such a hairy child? Look at her. Can I get some Cleos in the chat? Oh, she hates it. She's like, not right now. Good girl. Good girl. She will let me stand with her like that for a very long time, but she doesn't like when I sit down with her. If she doesn't want to, what a weird looking dog, yeah. If she doesn't want to sit with me, then she's very much adamant about getting up. But she also knows that I'll set her down immediately. If she squirms, if she does anything, she gets set right down and everything's good. I don't freak her out. You built a spooey in Minecraft after seeing your video all those years ago. Spooies are hard in this game. What type of interchange deserves to go here, everybody? Oh, this is going to be so cool. The freeway network is finding its way to into the city here. I feel like the freeway is most important between the border and the towns, and that's why I'm sort of doing it that way. You've tried making it? How did you get it to connect? Can you connect bridges? Excuse me. Maybe it has to be this type of road. Maybe it has to be the prefab bridge. Here, let's test. So that's the prefab bridge. Can I connect to the middle of it with another prefab bridge? No. It does not like spooies. That's what I'm saying. Because you got to be able to hit the middle of it. Cars have to be able to go back and forth. You got to be able to hit the middle of the bridge with a ramp. I don't think you can in this game. Not really. Dang. Apples and Anarchy, welcome in. Yeah, hello. Is that what you said? Is that how that's pronounced? Yeah, hello. A spooey is probably, you can probably do it with rail in this game. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea, just went with it. That's okay. I'm going with it too. We're both going with it. This is how it is. Somewhere about here, somewhere along this line is where the bridge will go. How should we connect this city to the freeway? Oh yeah, I never put this guy back. Maybe we finish building this first, and then we'll figure the rest out later. Yeah, hello. Cloverleaf and trumpet in CS1 works fine, but unrealistic. Let's do a little trumpet on this one. We'll do a little baby trumpet. How's that sound? It should go fairly quickly also. Do 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 dum 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 dum. I like that because it's clean, good looking. This leaves enough room for houses in between, like a set of houses back to back, perhaps. And then trash can go right in this little nook here, or in this corner for this building. Like garbage disposal stuff. Nice. I'm so glad I figured out a good strategy for terraforming, because it used to be a little bit painful for me. And then we're aiming over here. Oh yeah, the trumpet. We can go... Should it be a trumpet? Is there any reason to connect over to this area that I'm looking at here? No. Maybe. No. 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 We're never going to have to connect over here. Therefore, why build anything other than a trumpet? Marcus, that's okay. Made it the other way around, so the connection point was actually on the ground with the through roads passing over. That's so obvious. Now that you've said it to me, I feel not as clever as I should feel. I feel less clever than I'd like to. Dang. Yep. You're right. You are 100% right. So put the through roads on the ground. That's okay. I don't need a spooey here. I do like a spooey in principle. Obviously, I've made 2 of them, 2 videos, if not 3, and included them in many others, I'm sure. Please do not build a spooey. No, I'm not going to. It was not... the game didn't like it, you said? It's okay. I wasn't going to. I appreciate you stopping me, but I'm good. It's okay. I want to get closer. This is a wall of text type of chat. It's fine. Yeah. No, it's okay. This is supposed to be like a good place to speak about stuff. I want the chat to be a place where we can all chat. Chat is a place of chatting. It is funny that you found the Twitch yesterday and then subscribed, and then I was able to ask you today. Because I saw, like, I never know when someone subscribes. I'm like, why? How did you find me? Where did you come from? Was it the YouTube? Was it something else? Was it happenstance? Were you typing randomly? Because Twitch, I feel like it has very limited discoverability unless you're actively streaming at a given time. Otherwise, have you ever discovered a streamer who wasn't actively streaming, is the question. Open question to anybody. Probably not, would be my assumption. I don't know why I'm going for the arch bridges, I just am. The arch bridge Ferdinand. There it is. How close? Pretty close, right? Yeah, it's pretty well aimed there. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be not hideous. Right? Welcome in, Matisco. Thanks for being here. How's the weather today? The weather's... Where I'm at, the weather's great. I got the window open. I'm hanging out with a cat. What could be better? Things could be a little bit better in some ways, but not by much. I'm quite happy with this arrangement. Especially the cat. Hey, Cleo. She's licking her belly. Yeah, she's quite content with this situation as well. She's fine. Cool. I think that getting good at terraforming has been such a good turning point for me. It's slightly off. What I can actually do here is just delete both roads and just connect them and see how that looks. See how these two sort of reconcile against each other. Basically great, sort of. Basically good enough, at least. Now, can we delete these train tracks? And does this still look okay? Kinda. Yeah, good enough. 5 out of 7, perfect road. I agree. Cats are pretty good at chilling. If I could chill as much as a cat, Cleo has no anxiety. She has nothing in this world to worry about. Except for, like, dinner time. She's very concerned with dinner time, when dinner time is, what's for dinner, what kind of food can she have. Yeah, she loves that. Very important. Very important stuff. Please press F1 twice. What does F1 do? Oh, for snapping? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't be snapping. I need to be organic. I need to be organic. I appreciate it. I understand. And I trusted you. Notice that I trusted in that moment. I had to think about it, but I was like, how many streams have had someone say, hey, did you know that Alt F4 will really help with terraforming? I was like, is this a scam? It is not. I think I got it basically there. That's good. It's okay. It's okay. I really like building organically, and I like it to be a little bit off. I wish that it was a little more flexible in terms of where things can connect. Like, this is kind of a big jump from here to here is a big jump. So maybe I wish the resolution that I could connect at, I wish it was maybe half as large, you know? Like, the difference between that and that is a lot. I wish that it was some fractional amount. Because when it comes to connecting one thing to another thing, I'd rather have it more granular. Yeah, no, that's great. Someday I'll do a... Matisco, thank you. Different playstyles, I guess. Yeah, I've never done it. I've never used snapping. Just because I've spent a long time trying to learn to build more organically after snapping things really aggressively in city skylines. So the goal here could be a few different things. It could be as easy as... Truly, it could be as easy as this, but then we're hitting the highway a little hard. Unless we do it here. Yeah. So I'm looking and thinking about the angle that this is going to come off at. I think that suits us here. Yeah, this will work. This was such a good tip. Who told me this? Last time someone told, or 2 times ago. Maybe it was last stream, building the interchange. Turn off snapping, hold shift. Turn snapping back on. Look at that. That's hot. That's a hot angle right there. Hot angles. Look at this. Don't. Nerdy side, just don't. Ah! Here we go. That's pretty good. Could be a little more refined, perhaps, but not bad. Obviously, there's some directionality issues here. And then we'll have some slip lanes coming off the ramp here. This side's going to come out a bit far, but that's okay. That's just how it goes. You didn't do anything. You did something. Randy C., good to see you. Doing well. How are you? All good? Oh, thank you. Yeah, Marcus. It's a lot of infrastructure. Like, there's too many bridges right now to deserve anything. I'm really kind of building... I want to make this freeway happen. I want to make fetch happen. This is fetch. I'm trying to make it happen. I want all this connectivity to happen, and I want to feel good about it. Ooh, this road almost certainly connects up over here, unless there's a third road, like, in this area. There's just so many possibilities. Possibilities. A ban? Yeah, Randy, somebody said free subscribers, blah, 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 or whatever. Or not free subscribers, but you know what I mean. Some sort of advertiser came in, and I had to kill them. That's what happened mostly. I wish I could connect it about here, but with the way the slope has worked out, I can't. If I were real clever, I would have sunken the highway, but I'm just so lazy. I'm just so not interested in deleting the work that we've already done on this. What I am interested in is completing it. So let's build some roads. Let's hunt some orc, if you will. Or we could just go for it, and they just climb the hill, and they can deal. Can they deal? I think they could deal. Like, look, they'll climb the hill. They'll be running up that hill, climbing up that hill, climbing up the hill. You know the one from the 80s. Running up the climb, climbing up the... It's a song. It was a Stranger Things used it. Climbing up the run. I wasn't really there for it, is the thing. I wasn't really around so much. Running up the If I Only Can. Kate Bush, thank you, that's it. Running up the climb. It's not funny. It's not a good joke. But it's not funny, but it is fun. And that's what matters. More or less, right? Yeah, I wish it looked better. Yeah, I wish it looked better. Further to the right, that's what it's going to be. I already know. If I only climb. I opened the window for the cat originally, but I've really been enjoying having the window open. It's so nice. It's beautiful outside today. About there. I've gone too far. Has science gone too far? Yeah, it has. Let's try it again. Here. Running up that climb. I mean, it's not terrible. It could just be a little better. I'm feeling like if we just start more this way and then do this one further out, it'll be better. So let's do this instead. We will eliminate that node. Open window gang, that's us. I am from the U.S. Yeah, I'm in Virginia. I live right outside of Washington, D.C. There's a whole lot happening over there. But that's not my business. It literally is my business in a sense. All right, 95 meters looks good. You think you know where that is? Yeah, it's kind of in the mid-Atlantic on the East Coast. Oh, you think you know where that is? Yeah, I bet you might. I bet you maybe might. Though it's funny. If people from other places don't know where DC is, it's really not that. It's not that big a deal. I'm sure that I don't know where many capitals are anywhere. I'll be perfectly honest. I guess I can kind of afford to be a dum-dum. But my geography has improved, but mainly because of Crusader Kings. Isn't that awful? But it's the same thing as Cities Skylines for me, where I got in tune with how I feel about infrastructure and road hierarchy and all these things. How places are designed because of Cities Skylines. So same sort of deal. Changed a lot about how I view the world. Like playing a game that relies on geography and knowing where stuff is and knowing where you want to go will make you more in tune to things. Okay, let's sort of match this side. You always thought Washington, D.C. was in Washington State. That's a fair assumption, honestly. I didn't grow up here, so I had to learn where it was in order to live outside it. My family moved, and then they drew me a map, actually, and they said, here, scavenger hunt. Come find us. And I walked all the way to Washington State from New Hampshire before I realized. I was like, oh, it's over there. It's on the other side. And then I walked here instead. So that's kind of my origin story. That's why my resume shows that I was out walking for the better part of a decade. It's not even a good joke. There it is. I think that accomplishes just about everything. As long as this side isn't too lumpy, it is. Let's refine this just a little. Oops. Refine the slope here. Define the skyline, if you will. That looks great. All the angles are there. The only unfortunate thing is that this connects halfway up the hill. And the lane math is a little questionable, but it's not that big a deal. It's never really going to matter. Sort of a Forrest Gump situation, yeah. I was running, but I made it all the way to Washington State, and they said, oh, yeah, that's actually on the other side of the country. And I was like, oh, what a stupid guy. Do you know the GIF where Drake is showing the guy at the Apple store how to use a computer? It's that. It's, oh, why didn't I think of that? Oh, click it with the mouse. Hit the nose. Oh, I should have known. Looks good to me. That gives access to this whole construction setup so they can start building in from the other side. And then this side will have this construction setup. There's also a construction setup in the middle that's already connected. And all three of them can come in and build all this stuff. It's going to be sick. Austin, Mass, or Boston, Texas. Is that a road trip joke? I just kept on running. Do I travel much? I went to Finland at the end of last year for a Cities Skylines kind of creator meetup. Hi, Cleo. Are you back? Cleo's back. Oh, she's so happy. She's been hanging out by the open window next to me. Just loving life, waiting for dinner. It's like 5 o'clock here. Her dinner's at 8. She doesn't know how to tell time, but she knows we're getting there. Matisco, I don't know. I turned off the music because I was using some other music, and then I'm also streaming on YouTube right now. Not my main YouTube. I have a secondary YouTube for streaming. Howdy, YouTube, by the way. Hello. They're not chatting as much as the Twitch right now, but I found that my YouTube channel hated when I played other games, which was really quite discouraging. So I decided to make a second YouTube so people on the platform could enjoy the content if they want to, but hey. Don't look at me like you want to kiss and then duck it. She ducked my kiss just now. She looked at me like, please kiss my little head, and then she went and ducked. You wild critter, you. She's so good. Now how... Oh yeah, this goes past the town. And this one maybe also sort of passes the town. So we could fit a couple houses there. Certainly houses go here. Definitely houses here. Houses here. What else? What else could there be? Or does this connect here? I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't see it. I see this as being more viable. Like right at the bottom of the hill. Then we connect this heading that away. Look at that. Well, would you look at that now? That's a something, isn't it? Okay. Now let's get this one reconciled. And we can start building this. This is a fine beginning to everything, and then we'll fill it in as it goes. It would be nice if this connected to that before long, though. So let's make this... Let's get this into position, roughly. Mm-hmm. Right. This should also connect to that road. It might connect partway up the ramp. Yeah, there will be nowhere where it connects automatically or well, but I think that we'll be close enough that we can do something with it here. Or it could also turn left. Yeah, let's do that instead. These may become roundabouts eventually too. Maybe. It just so happens to hit right there, I think. Cool. Let's build it. Excuse me. I've been sick and I went for a run earlier today. It was my first run since last year. Actually, I haven't ran at all during the winter. I lifted instead. It's cool. Not that the two should be mutually exclusive. You can do both. But yeah, I did that instead, and it was fine. But Getting back into running is no fun. It's a little fun, but it's not really. 245, 210. It's fun to be done. Speaking of done, construction finished. Yes. Yes. Both of those. So right now, for those of you who don't know this game, we are using helicopters. You're going to hear a lot of helicopters flying around. These are waiting for gravel. There are many helicopters using many, many tons of fuel waiting for gravel to open up. There's only 3 spots for them to land to get gravel, but there's only ever 3 spots for a single thing, for a single helicopter construction office, so that's not so unusual. No, Supadino, I've been around. No, I wouldn't quit. I leave for a while and I come back. Marcus! Yes, you can write to me on both, yes. How's the Coal Town, Caesar Clown? Good to see you on the YouTube side. The Coal Town is good. Coal Town is done, actually. Did I start the Coal Town last time? I forget how the last stream ended exactly, but here's the Coal Town. It's got trams. The trams go to the coal mill. You know how we do. The coal mine. Aggregate storages. Storage is here. We're making bricks out of it. We're connected by rail. We're also making power out of it. Got all this stuff going on here. Crucial. Now let's say that this is max priority. This is low priority, or even suspend. Let's not even build that little nub yet, because I don't know that we'll need it. This too, let's not build those. We'll leave them there just in case, because they're cool, but we may not need them. Teleport. Rail-wise, we would be smart, and we would do well to maybe have a rail delivery system somewhere. It could go over here, it could go over here, it could go here. But yeah, cargo rail delivery for the city supplies would be very, very well decided here. Let's make sure that these guys can build all the roads. Oh my goodness, all pipelines. Let's turn off pipelines for now. And maybe we'll cancel all assignments, and we'll let it research this, and it should find a whole bunch of roads. And buildings. Oh god, it found the pump jacks. Maybe not the buildings then. It's just that the pump jacks don't need to be finished yet, because we can't really do anything with the stuff. A lot of them have resources on site, and they just need people to build it, which is why it makes sense to finish the town. We can finish the town, build it out, connect it via bus, like get all of this constructed. For those of you who just joined, this is an oil setup. Oh, the last stream ended with the interchange. Yeah. I've got that done, and there's also one down this way that's completed too. Another little trumpet. This one is not nearly as well constructed as the one we've just built, I think. Let's get this completed. And for the sake of ease of construction, maybe we'll do something like that. Oh no! Nope, delete that road. Try again. Maybe down here they can change lanes. They can get on the other side of the road. They don't even need it. Because they're going to be... Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter. We can begin the construction process from this angle using not helicopters, but wheel cars. Stupid. We're gonna start the construction of this side from this construction office. We've got a road building office, maybe? Yeah. We can build roads. Boom, boom. Like, the sooner we start building it, the sooner it gets done. Obviously. And we'll say this is high priority. We can use the helicopter offices to get that going. We'll need buses eventually, but not immediately. Load 16 tons. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Apples, exactly. It's fun, but in a miserable way. Good to see you, Apples, by the way. Have to get active soon. Yeah, moving is good. It's just the I ended rebuilding the overpass. I missed it, MK. Yeah, keep asking questions, guys. And Caesar, sorry if I don't respond on YouTube immediately. I'm looking at 2 chats, and the YouTube one is half covered by the Twitch one. I'm trying. I'm trying. Yeah, this should all go pretty quickly, I think. Do we have a road construction office nearby? We could use these guys. Deliver with trucks. You can start working on this if you want. Yeah, that's a good starting point. Wow, that's awful. So what's happening here? Why do I say this is awful? If a segment of road is long enough, you can use a mechanism to build it, like a bulldozer or a crane or any sort of mechanism that's appropriate. This nub is so small that you can't use a mechanism. So that's just a nasty thing, and getting rid of that node is definitely the move. Same thing here. Possibly the same thing here. Nope. Everything else went pretty well, I think. Like, that's a long enough segment to use mechanisms, but anything shorter can't use mechanisms. Moving is good, but, you know, it's hard. It is. It is indeed. Now, these are turned off. Yes. Good. Good. Okay. The trains are still building their way around the end here. Just wondering if I forgot anything. Didn't build the police... Oh, no, that is the police station. I think we built everything except for houses, which we can build the houses once everything else is built, because they basically need many of these buildings. They don't need all of them, but they need many of them. Somebody start getting these. Ooh, okay. Quadrant interchange in effect. I love the quadrant interchange. This is underutilized in the real world, I think. This concept just frees up a lot of bandwidth on all the roads involved. The overpass, it makes it so straight through vehicles don't interact, and they only interact if they're turning from road to road, at which point they go onto this segment, which, like, a 4-lane road for this segment is very powerful. That's a very powerful thing for one bridge and a single road connecting the two, and I've only seen it in one place. What is my economy built off now? Heckin' communism, bro. We're exporting, mainly steel. We're not even exporting the steel. Mainly parts. Mainly mechanical components, now that I think of it. That is a good question. Thank you for asking. Export of resources. For the last year, it's been $2 million worth of mechanical components. And a little bit of clothes and some power. We are exporting power, oddly enough, which is a bold and dangerous move. And I really don't need to be exporting any power. But it's not even worth it. I've never done it before, though, so it's kind of fun. Q. Keep on going. Keep on trucking. Those two and this one. Notify me when finished. Good. We'll just keep building the spine of our... It's a little rough looking. I think it'll look pretty good by the time it's done. But you can see what we're building here. It's this oil pump setup from the workshop. And it's pretty beautiful what you can do with it. Makes for a very clean... This is the cleanest I've ever done oil. Let's put it that way. This is definitely the cleanest by a pretty wide margin. Look at that. Oil's up, and we're about to be extracting oil, so that's cool. Will we actually be extracting it by the time... Yikes. By the time it's ready to be... Whatever. By the time it's ready to be extracted, will we be extracting it for extra money? Probably not. The reason their happiness is so low is because we have 841, 839 21-year-olds without a flat right now, without a living situation. That's why they're mad. And boy, are they mad. Boy, are they mad at me. I'm glad this interchange gets used. It doesn't. But look at the context. There's really no reason for anyone to use it. Unless this construction setup wants to get over here, in which case they may be using the freeway, actually. They probably get on the freeway. They go left. They go around the trumpet. And then they come up this way. That's probably what's happening. Yeah, that's definitely what's happening. It made sense. It felt like it made sense to build it at the time, but whatever. Ooh, Dangerfield, welcome in. Hi. I started with the tutorial, but I played the tutorial like 3 or 4 times. And then I started on an easier mode, but just as a sandbox player. And then I discovered B-Ball Joe on YouTube. There's a little website. It's called youtube.com. And I watched maybe several dozen hours of his stuff before really understanding how it all works. And then once I got it, it clicked. And I started playing, and then chat helped me a lot. But I tried to get to realistic as quick as I could, honestly. I didn't spend many hours. I spent more hours on the tutorial than I did building a city, republic, until I was in realistic mode. So I got to realistic mode as quick as I could. That's what I'm trying to say. But B-Ball Joe is your best buddy when it comes to learning how to play the game. Or if that's even relevant to you. Maybe you already know how to play the game and you're just curious about my journey. But somehow I think you're going to learn. And you're asking more for that reason. We will eventually need a pathway to this to get people there. The helicopters don't move humans, by the way. They do, but not in my republic. No, no, no. We need the humans for everything else, because I only have 153 workers without workplace, which is fine. We will use these workers by bus from this construction office, I think is the one. Yeah. When I hit the 1 button, it selects that place right now, and that's going to be our best friend when it comes to getting workers into the city. Like getting workers down here to build stuff. So maybe we'll even say this is high priority. And this is high priority. Just the sooner we can connect this setup here to this city, the better, I think. This connection is probably not necessary, though for construction purposes, that road has been quite valuable. This will be done in a minute. Quadrant interchange, look at it go. It's great when you have a bridge situation and you want to get cars up on the bridge. How many of you, by show of hands, how many of you saw my quadrant interchange video in City Skylines? It's very, very simple. Very simple idea, but it's so, so powerful. And then if I really wanted to make a cloverleaf out of it, you kind of could, but not in this game. Not easily. I don't intend for it to. I guess I would do it this way instead. It would be a B parclo. B partial cloverleaf. Convo, welcome, Aaron. Sings a siren song. I know. I know, Convo, I know. This is infrastructure town. I'm just enjoying, like... I'm enjoying the process of designing, and the idea of using personal vehicles is alluring to me. I like it in theory, right? I like the idea of it. And we'll see if it actually... how it comes out. Nobody's using this one. Come here. They're using this one a lot. But this is like not a well-designed trumpet. I did much better on this one, but there was a bit of a space constraint because of this road and the way that this worked out. Actually, you know what it was? It was partially finished, and I had some other parclo set up, and I said, you know what? It doesn't need to be a parclo. It just needs to be a trumpet. So I had to destroy some stuff. You can see how there's some extra dirt around. That's from a previous iteration. You've been watching them also. Yeah. Straight to realistic is the way to go. I do think realistic is the quintessential workers and resources experience, and I think everything else is pretty inferior. Any other... In my opinion, this game shines. It shines wonderfully when you play it realistically. Otherwise, it's like an okay game. Beer and mechanical components. What could be greater than golf with a gator? Gator golf. How are you gonna... Is there a crossover here? I guess there is a crossover, yeah. Okay, alright, that works. Kind of dirty, isn't it? Look at this dirty crossover situation. Ugh. I'm a bit of a fan of this, though, because I feel good about retrofitting. Like, making a mistake and then having to use demolition in order to stay eligible for achievements. I like using demolition and then adjusting things and changing stuff. And, like, this... The sort of thing that might happen in a real city, like this here. I was going to delete this road, but I decided against it. This sort of... Look at the context of how this road came about. You can see that maybe I didn't plan a bridge going across here, and maybe I thought the bridge was going to happen here, but I actually built this here, and it didn't really leave room for a bridge, and I didn't want to touch any of this. So instead, I decided to retrofit the whole thing, where this is now the main road. So that would be the correct yielding pattern. Ugh. I hate that it's in the middle of the road, but I can't help that. Oh, and also, I'm sorry if it's getting dark in here. Is that better? I don't know if that helps or it makes it worse. It's the wrong color. There it is. But yeah, this is no longer the main road. This is a yield. And this is the main road, which crosses here and then connects for odd reasons. I don't know. And then there's the actual bridge. Now it's kind of too bright, and I wish it was less bright. But it probably looks better from your perspective. I hope. Or maybe I have a face for radio, and I should just turn the camera off. That might be a thing too. Whatever. Oh, the realistic building makes everything. This is so... The trumpet. Mambo number 5. Yeah, Apples and Anarchy, yes. Yeah, this game makes trivial things in City Skylines, things that would be trivial in City Skylines, very complicated. And every little thing, even like trash logistics, becomes a whole thing where I've got like half the infrastructure in a given area becomes trash. And I didn't think I'd like that, but I kind of do. Oh no. These are filling up. That's not so good. And I think we've maxed out. Yeah, this building is totally maxed out. We could be exporting steel, but also we're going to need to build with that steel, so I'm just going to leave it as is. I think, Convo, I don't think something like this is too overbuilt, though. Like a little paperclip quadrant interchange for trains, a little interchange, a little quadrant interchange for cars. I think that is a perfectly viable use of grade separation. Without, like, this doesn't seem overbuilt to me, especially once it gets up and running. It's great for construction, and it's good for... It works. It's good enough, I think. Let's see, what other things could we be building? Does this have... It doesn't. Yeah, let's get all these things. Get all these things built. The trumpet. Don't build that yet. There was something I turned off before, and somebody called me out on it, and I don't know what it was. Some construction I deactivated or some such thing. It's going great. We may be extracting oil in the very near future. Yeah, beautiful game. This is just for helicopters. We will have 2 helicopters here. And these will be some high priority stuff, I think. I didn't get notified, or I didn't notice the notification for that being done. There it is. It was from June. Oh, not too bad. I missed it by a day. That's okay. 66.6. Let's get metal. Minimize. Specifically, I don't suppose we should be using people to build the roads, but if they're doing it and it goes faster because of it, I don't care. We do have some amount of unemployment currently, so let it ride. I say let it ride. Oh yeah. We're building in from this way. So Convo, are you saying that this is overkill then? Are you suggesting that this freeway system will be underutilized? I think it'll be nice to have a semi-direct connection to the customs house via road, because a lot of the stuff is going to be driving in for a while. At the very least, I think this will see use because of the connection to the thing there, to the customs house. The rest of it doesn't need it quite as bad, except for its own connection to the customs house. I will also say road building is very, very fun in this game. Very good game to build roads in. Right, isn't it? But it's fun though, right? Like this is a fun, it's fun to cosplay North America in, in Eastern Europe. It's fun to... Well, let's not pretend that they didn't have freeways, because they must have. Excuse me. There were bridges, there were things. Look at this. Cloverleaf. You like to leave one road width in the median. Oh, really? What? More space for slip lanes at great intersections. Okay. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do it. All right, what else? Basically, I'm babysitting the construction right now. That's really what's going on. So we're babysitting the construction, just keeping things moving, making sure that the essential roads are being connected. We'll go for that. The sooner these 3 areas are unified, 1, 2, well, really 1, 2, 3. The sooner those 3 areas are all connected to the town, the faster we can run everything over and I should probably have on-site construction for this area. Yeah, we should probably have on-site construction for this area. It's okay, though, because right now we're mainly building rail and roads anyway, and the only way to link everything up is going to be with some on-site construction. And that's fine. Snap the 3 together, then delete the middle? What? Hold on. Oh, snap the 3 together, then delete the middle. So what you're saying is... Let's pick a spot that's kind of out of the way. Let's do it here. So what you're saying is do 3 things and then build your interchanges and all that. Oh, it leaves a space for a center post is what you're saying. For like a... I know you said slip lane. I see the benefit as it's nice that a pillar can fit in between the roads. Though right now they look like there's a space in the middle. They're looking not as cool as they could. Are you talking like center exits? Like a left-hand exit kind of thing? Or something else? I think this is a good little design. That's what I think. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but pretty good. Could have been a roundabout. Could still be a roundabout in the future. It's all mechanical components and a little bit of power. My theory is if you build a power plant at every city, if every industrial area has its own power plant that also powers the city, you'll always have a surplus of power. And that's a good thing. This is dangerous, how full these are getting. It's actually very bad. A lot of construction waste in the... too much construction waste in the stuff as well. Convo, it's probably hard to explain via here. You don't have to do it here. I'd love to know how you do your freeways, though. If you maybe put a picture in the Discord or some such thing. If you feel like you want to. If you're into that, feel free. We have a massive surplus of crops at all times, too. So we'll be ready to grow into additional food and probably meat and alcohol factories as well in the somewhat near future. Looking into it now. Thank you. Yeah. If you don't feel like it, I understand. I don't feel obligated. But I would like to know at the same time. People are so generous with information. Thank you. My voice. My voice. Now, are all the helicopters flying currently? They are. We are constantly flying about. Oh, this is the best way I could think to do like a single helicopter construction office. Obviously, all of these don't need to be connected. This one belongs to this. This one belongs to that. This one belongs to this. Wait. Honestly, I don't remember exactly what my plan was for this. One of these connections don't need to exist, though. This one. But yeah, just to maximize throughput, each resource has its own triple helicopter spot. And that's about the fastest way I can think to do it. I think this will speed up the process just a little tiny bit. It'll speed it up a lot. Be a very massive speed up, actually. Looking good, looking good. It would be smart to build a road construction office now, I think, for this whole area. What do you think? Maybe like a 16 vehicle road construction office in the mix here. Sort of on the corner. Down on the corner. Out in the street. Seems reasonable. Yeah, I'd love to see the early start update. It looks good. It looks like the vehicles don't hold very much. It's in beta right now, so a lot of people have it. So for those of you that don't know, this game is getting an update that will allow an early start to be a thing. So I think 1900 or so? I'm feeling like this is probably the spot. I'm going to put it on the corner. We're actually still gaining on money month over month, even though we're not exporting that much stuff. Some of the vehicles in the 60s are already pretty terrible. The French trucks in particular. You can deal with that, but you'd probably want smaller volume factories to complement them. Oh, yeah. If it's completely disproportionate, then yeah, then that doesn't make sense. Ooh, are there no... Oh, this is done. Cool. We don't actually have fuel up here yet. Or power, for that matter. As long as there's no power, I actually can't fuel this. Also, it's slightly off from the firehouse, but it doesn't look bad from a distance, so we'll go with it. But yeah, this is going to be the fire station to cover the oil field, because getting a vehicle to drive up this might take forever. Ahem. Oh, nerdy side, I just noticed it was 42 months. You're 42. Not that the 42 joke didn't make sense. It made perfect sense, and I also didn't pay enough attention to appreciate it properly. Can you ever forgive me? Bet you can't. Bet you can't. Oh no, I thought I turned off the little extra bits here, but apparently not. Oh, whoops. Stupid. I didn't mean to build any of those. This one could actually be built, and I could feel good about it, but this one not so much. This one could be built, but we don't need it yet. Okay, they're not doing too much. I've got this single construction, like, construction office of buses picking up from this platform. This is the coal town, and I think there's just enough people around to help out with construction. It kind of works out. Still, I could have sworn I turned this off. Oh, something else that I coulda, shoulda, woulda done is actually... Excuse me. I should have vehicles pulling from here. Let's just get the resources on site, get everything moving. That star is a waste of time. Let's actually deactivate the star for now. The star we don't need quite as bad as some other things. Okay, these are finishing up. Citizen happiness too low. Yeah, a lot of students who go to school are not too happy with the fact that they have to keep living in their dorms because we don't have enough houses. It's almost 1,000 kids right now. They're adults, but still. Still. Actually, this construction office is probably a bit closer. Yeah, I think it is. Crank it up. This construction office is closer overall than this one. It's not designed to auto-search. It's not for that just yet. This one, however, is and can be and should be. Nice. So the bridge is ready to go. Now we can get some workers to it. They already know. We have one from 3.5 kilometers and one from 4.5 kilometers, bringing a busload of workers. It's just the way it goes. At least one of these buildings are going to burn down before it's all over, because we don't have fire coverage. We do, but we don't. Like, yeah, we do, but it doesn't have any helicopters in it because we don't have power. I could start figuring that out, though. What's the move with power? Do we think that maybe... Well, what's possible? What's possible? That is what I mean. So these cannot span the river, right? That's the end result. So it has to be underwater. What constitutes too far? They can go pretty far. That's pretty far. Really? We can't do that? It seems like it can. Do I just terraform an island? Try having the pole higher. Is that actually an option, Caesar? That's not an option. Oh. You mean raise the ground below it? I feel like putting an island in the center is the way. If we want to have it kind of look nice. It's just a theory. A game theory. With E and Q, E and Q cycles through types. It didn't matter if the catenary clipped. Is it because it hits the ground? Is that actually the problem? It's probably that it hits the ground. I bet that's... Like, mathematically, the wire hits the water. What building is on fire? Oh, good. Well, that would be an expensive one to burn down. Please get there. Imagine if you lose a rail distribution, you lose several trains and a bunch of wagons. This would be like a $1 million plus mistake, maybe a $1.5 million mistake. Rubles. I'm really not exporting that much stuff. Could be exporting a lot more. You don't think it's possible? I think I should be able to... Cool. I could probably use that as a springboard to get us across. But I think I should be able to raise the terrain underwater, right? It's not working anymore. I don't think it's working. It is. There's a lump there. That's a really efficient way. What the? How could I do better? They're getting gas right now. It's a pricey way of doing it. The way I'm doing it will only cost fuel, I believe. Because the vehicles will use fuel. I think it's this one. And it needs to have a free excavator. Well, it does, and it does have fuel. Now I'm just guessing. Oh, I'm sorry. Your way of doing it. Your tip for making islands, selecting flat to center, then quickly moving your mouse to where you want the island. That's a good idea. I just don't know that it's much faster. Maybe it's a lot faster, I don't know. But I do wish I could see what I'm working on. Like oil spots in the water. Is it actually going to do it? We are also pouring a lot of unfiltered waste into the river. It was quicker when you tried it. I found that the level terrain. Do you do height from center or a different one? Flat to center, yeah. There's height from center and there's level terrain average. I never use average. I always use height from center, just every single time. Hey, we can get some stuff here. We can get some guys over here. I'm just gonna let them drive. They can just drive. I don't care. Open hull. Oh, here's a conundrum that I've found. Open hull. Some of them suck and can't carry vehicles. For instance, this RMD for 45,000 rubles. It holds an 18-ton vehicle. It can only load... The only vehicle I was able to load onto it was a roller. It could not load the excavator. It could not load XYZ. It couldn't load a whole bunch of things. I'm comfortable with the Mazda. I'm comfortable with the Skoda. Those two can load anything I throw at it, seemingly, within 13 tons. RMD could only load the this particular roller. The VV110. What's that, a Volvo? It could only load that one. Could not load any other vehicles. MK, yes, we can do underwater wiring. That is true. That is true. That is true. I just think... well, here's why. Here's my logic. This one goes up to 12 megawatts, this high voltage wire, which could totally make it, no problem. The regular high voltage wire is 15 megawatts. The one that I would probably go for is maybe the 18. If I could get a spot in the middle, just for the sake of the throughput of it. 12 megawatts. Like, I rarely ever use this 13 one, except at power stations, because I use it as a connector from the power plant to a priority power switch, and then again to a regular switch. And I leave that third one open in case we ever decide to set up like an export system, a power export system. We're always exporting power, but I'm never caring about it. I don't care about the building being on fire anymore. Anyway, does anyone know about the vehicles? It will depend on how many of the right vehicles you have in range, unless you're not on realism. Oh, okay. Does anyone know about the vehicle carrying conundrum? This one will just be for roads and footpaths. And we can certainly... Let's just have someone running it. Let's just have... We got 16 spots. So let's say... We will need bulldozers. On a long enough timeline, we'll need a few of these. So maybe 3, 3, 3, 6, 9. Let's start with that. So 3 bulldozers, 3 rollers, 3 pavers. And we will buy maybe 2 trucks. The open hull thing freaks me out. I'm comfortable with the Mazda. The W50 also can do quite a bit, but I'm thinking the Mazda. Oops. Oh wait, are they all coming here? No, they're not. This can be our refrigerator truck for this area. Open hull, open hull. Is there a third vehicle? What else is coming here that I could only buy 2? One time I did this, but I accidentally didn't uncheck vehicle, and they were trying to bring like meat and stuff. It was bad. Open hull. So a third open hull. These can probably also be our... Well, how many have we taken up? 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe 3 more. Or maybe 2 more can go here. Open hull. So we'll have 2 come in directly. And we'll bring in the other 3 once they've completed a few trips back and forth, because they're going to be picking up these vehicles, moving them about. How are we looking? Ooh, you picked up nothing? No. Okay, you're just going to the construction office. That's fine. It would be smart of me to not let them do that. It would be really, really clever for me to actually copy them to this line and just make them do it anyway. Just turn around. Just turn around. Turn around. Yeah, you can see which ones can carry it. I'm perplexed. I think I used that vehicle. Where am I? I have used it. Little leftovers. Maybe they would have used that eventually, but I'm perplexed as to why the big expensive truck couldn't, that holds 18 tons, couldn't carry the vehicles I wanted. I found it annoying and silly. There's one more, excuse me, there's one more roller. Maybe we wait by this and watch them show up. Probably reasonable to just let them start working immediately. Because I'm going to forget, and they're just going to drive back and forth. And I'll feel silly. $18 tons is too many. Ah, you're right. That's too many tons. Too many tons. Like, this roller weighs 11.5 tons. It can be carried by so many high capacity. Well, let's see, open hull. Can be carried by many, many vehicles. What? The RMD is on the list now? I don't know. I have an RMD somewhere. I forget exactly what I did with it, but I was not able to move anything with it. It wasn't able to pick up anything except for the roller. Like, I used it specifically. I have exactly one of them. Road vehicles, we'll go to the R section. M, S, R, S, T, U, V. Q, R, RMD. So I have two of them. Alls I know... Oh. Oh. It's not even in use. Well, let's test it right now. Now is actually the exact perfect time to test it. We have... Oh, no. The only thing that needs to get picked up is the roller. Stupid. All right. Well, I know it carries that. I'm sorry. It doesn't carry other vehicles. It's the one... Right, Caesar. Yeah. There were other... So it wouldn't pick up the excavator. It wouldn't pick up the one good excavator. It wouldn't pick up the one good bulldozer. Yeah. Well, we can make use of it again. I know it will work to do it. And we can just let it go back to its depot. Unload the vehicle. And then you can go home after. So now, because there's no fuel over here, I've made a small, teeny, tiny mistake. There's no fuel over here, and because of that... Well, maybe there's enough fuel to get by. I guess they'll have enough fuel built in for it to work out, for now at least. But ultimately, we got to get fuel over here. Eventually, we'll be making our own somewhere up here. This one's so fast. Look at it go. It doesn't even roll. Look how fast it is. You can't even see it rolling at all. Not even a little. Not even attempting to roll. Look at it. Sliding. That's how you do it. Oh, no. A little lumpy there, huh? Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Not a... What do you mean not a roller? That's a... It's a slider. Exactly. Okay, good. It's a slider. It's just a... It's a small cheeseburger. That's what I'd call it. All right. Let's get fuel over here by way of maybe a gas station on the corner. I think that this little nook is a really good spot for gas, for a fuel station. Like, in the negative space created by this block, that little cheese wedge on to the right of the dotted line can become a very effective space for fuel. I am partial to the one-way fuel when possible, though here, maybe not. Let's go for the big 4 gas station. I kind of want to do it like this, but that also feels a little irresponsible. Oh, she says hi. Hi, Ma. Hi. Hope things are good. Snap back pretty. Hope everyone's good. Guys, how should I accomplish this? We got to get the gas station in here. We can do it one way. Whichever one is the big one way. I don't know the difference between these two, actually. I really don't. They both have 4 spaces. One costs a lot more in... Maybe this one's smaller and that's why it's cool? I don't actually know. But I do like a good one-way gas station that has a lot of capacity. Let's use the whole cheese wedge to figure it out. The whole dang cheese wedge. Cheese wedge being the space that we're looking at here. Oh shoot, we're gonna need power over here too for this to work. I forgot about electricity. Doesn't matter, we can build it anyway. And then 2 lane out, 1 in each direction. Yeah? You think so? But there's also the direction back across the river, is my logic. Or 1 lane, 2 1 lane in, you mean? Probably. I like it. I like it. I'll just leave this one as a one-way. Does it need to be more complicated than this? I suspect not. Called using the cheese wedge. That's what I do. There's something weird about this, but I kind of like it. Could be, I don't know. I think that'll work well enough. And it's a good use of this weird like extra spot. We do have a fuel delivery service over here. Without power, they're not actually gonna go for it, but like this guy is already out of fuel. Or oh, that's because the vehicle's on it. It needs to. What's wrong with you? Vehicles can carry other vehicles. Unload the vehicle. I'm trying. Yeah. What's your plan? What are you doing? Just anywhere. JK, you actually work here. Haha. Gotcha. Three, and a bunch of flatbeds to carry them. Perfect. So roads and footpaths should all be pretty well cared for, without having to fly them over with mechanisms. To finish up all the little shortens. Someone's vacuuming out their car outside, I think. I don't know if you can hear that. There's dogs barking. There's shenanigans going on. Let's do the temporary switcheroo here. Then we should be able to have whoever's closest come drop off some people. Definitely a car being vacuumed out. Look at that. That's how building works. This is building in real time. Let's go to normal speed. Look at them. That's how it works. You wear purple. You wear purple and tan. You hang out with the truck wiggles. You hit the road. Building. Simple. Simple. Easy peasy, as it were. Panel roads go so fast once you have the spare labor. Yeah. Oh, it's great. Simple as that. Hang out with the crane, smack the road. Bada bing, bada boom. Panel road. Take me home. To the place. These don't need to happen. This one probably requires demolition if I delete it, so maybe we'll leave it, but these 4 roads probably don't need to happen at all. And I do have demolition, and we can certainly build demolition over here. They're already coming out. Somebody's on the way. 37 work days to get this built. Here comes the road crane. Do we have workers on site? No, not yet. It's because it's the middle of summer, right? Yeah, it's fine. It's September. Utilize the already existing island for power? I've not solved it yet. No, I've been power lines go up so fast and everything else goes up so slow relative to it, so I'm trying to busy myself without solving problems. What else is new though? We've all been there, right? So this certainly works. This just doesn't. I don't think there's a closer point. Maybe here. The nice thing about this... Ooh, broken vehicle. That's interesting. Aw. What's the solution to this kind of thing? Like a direct line? Is it to send it to a depot every now and then? Excuse me. I could have it go here also. Extend the island into the canal. Oh, okay. Well, the canal is really more of a river. Once this guy's done being broken, if you could just be done being broken and just go get fixed. Oh, less than a year has passed. That's the problem. It's time to replace it. It's time to replace it. No, that's okay, Marcus. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to belittle this river and call it a canal. No, it's a full river. It's okay. They didn't mean it. It's fine. But you're right. We could extend... Ooh. Buildings on fire. Ooh, power outage. A temporary power outage. Very temporary. I got to replace that dump truck with a different dump truck. That's kind of the end result. I don't have a scrapping facility yet, so it's going to be messy. We're just going to delete it and buy a different dump truck. We're so rich that it doesn't matter. Excuse me. That's okay, Marcus. No worries. No worries. No, you're meeting me way more than halfway by speaking English, so thank you. It actually, no matter what language is yours, I don't know it. And the fact that I know that without checking is means you're meeting me well over halfway. So I thank you. Thank you for that. Shoot, I don't know. I guess we'll just send it to a depot and we'll figure it out later. Or, no, just kidding. We'll sell it. Done. Just get over it. Get over it, get used to it, get on with it. And we'll just let this bus kill itself too. Not a terrible interchange, but it's definitely not the best on my map. Not very nice looking. Not very... It's very functional, but it's not very, like, clean in execution, unfortunately. Komprowa sehur miokot svenska du fortsar. I'm thinking Swedish. Gotta be Swedish. So my family, not my immediate family, but my family 3 generations ago. Yeah, no, I got you. My family is from Sweden, but like 3 generations ago. So before you ask, like, do I have any connection to Sweden? No, I really don't. We're all definitely Americanized at this point, but yeah, family's from Sweden. People in America really hang on to where we're from. You know, that's just part of it. It's got to be because I don't think it's an unpopular thing no matter when people move from one place to another place. I think it's very popular to try to hang on to as much of your previous culture as possible. And when a place has such a blank slate kind of culture as America, where it all kind of was cobbled together from other cultures anyway, largely, I think people really tend to remember that. But also, I've heard people be proud of where they're from, no matter whatever, whether they've been there or not. It doesn't really matter. People still tend to be proud of it. You are stuck. This is... Hold on. You are stuck. This is problem. Okay. Quick fix. My grandfather had a sign... It's all Americans. It's Italian Americans. It is Americans of any type really hang on to where they're from. I wouldn't exactly say that America is cultureless, because I don't think that's accurate. America, like the United States of America, has its own flavor, and there's definitely a culture to it, but it's not hundreds of years. It's only hundreds of years old. That's the best way I can explain it, is because the nation state as we know it is only 300 or something years old. We don't have that depth of history to pull from, so people tend to pull from their the previous nation they emigrated from, is the best way I can describe it. Because unless your family is Native American, they came from somewhere else within about 3 generations, generally, within the last 100 years for most of them. Excuse me. I don't know why I felt the need to say it, but that's what it is. But also, I work with all kinds of people from all kinds of places, and they're several generations newer to the country than my family, but they're still very proud of where they're from. So it's not unique. It's not a unique thing to European Americans at all. It's like everyone from everywhere is bringing their culture, and a lot of the kids from those places have never been to the original place, just like myself. I've been to, I've been to Finland, which was great. Never been to Sweden, never been to Norway, which is where my DNA is actually from. And it's not unique to Swedish Americans, and it's not unique to anybody. Whether you've been to the, whether one has been to the place that they say their family is from, doesn't stop anybody from saying that that's what they are. Swedish American, Norwegian American, etc. Yeah, it's definitely a thing, and we like hang on to it big time. Like people just do. Though, all I can say is my family used to make Swedish meatballs, which probably have a better name in Swedish, and lefse. And I'm aware of lutefisk, but I never got to try it. And my grandfather had a sign hanging in the hall that said "Velkommen." And he spoke Swedish. He's Norwegian. That side of my family is Norwegian. My mom is Swedish. They had little red horses. Maybe you know more about that than I do. Surströmming, is that a fish, perhaps? I bet it's fish because there's hella fish up there. Same thing in Canada. Not sure if it's unique to those two countries. No, I think it's like the U.S. and Canada were invented as a nation state so relatively recently that people want to hang on to the old world in whatever way they can, because the new world is like not complete in the same way that a European place is complete and totally thought out. This is still kind of the American experiment at times, even more so of late, perhaps, where your grandparents' heritage may have more certainty about identity, and the U.S. is in a constant state of identity crisis for hundreds of years over different things at different times. It's as complicated as it is simple. it's oh no, this is oh wait, no, that is supposed to be tram track. That one's not supposed to be tram track. Okay, good. But yeah, I wonder if it's a similar experience for others. I suppose it is my guess, for others in the U.S. The one that came in cans and are banned on airplanes. Oh, fish. Are they similar to like I think of sardines. I think of anchovies. I don't know how similar it is. They're small fish, though, I assume, right? Yeah, no, Americans definitely have a culture, but we hang on to everyone, virtually everyone here, unless they're purely Native American, are from somewhere else, and we like to hang on to that because there's only so much to. I'm not sure how to say it. I wish I could articulate it like really, really well. I just can't. There's not that depth of history that other places have. It just isn't. It isn't present yet. There hasn't been enough time to. There hasn't been enough time for it to be present. So we want that certainty that comes from what our grandparents or our great-grandparents brought. Because it's like my great-grandfather great-grandfather learned English. My grandfather only spoke Norwegian in the home. The other side of my family is Swedish. I just know more about my great-great-grandfather on my dad's side. They only spoke Norwegian in the home, and they spoke Norwegian at their Lutheran church, but everywhere else was English. My dad speaks almost no Norwegian. He speaks a little Norwegian, but not fluently, and I speak virtually none. So it just takes a few generations. It just takes a couple. Sustruming is fermented. They recommend you open it outside while immersed in water. That's funny. While immersed in water. Don't bring it to work. Don't open it on the bus. You would sort of say the opposite, Marcus says, that the U.S. is more of a thought-out culture. It's a plant, right, in the way that our cities and places are like pre-planned for an automobile or whatever, let's say. The human soul doesn't work on thought-out principles. No, it doesn't. The human soul is an emergent thing, and older cultures have more of that emergence. European culture and Asian, Middle Eastern, etc. aren't thought out. They're just the result of various words. That's what I mean about emergent. Yes, they're the result of a process. Yeah. The U.S. was founded on something, various principles. Europe could only arise after some civil war, the result of conflict. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It just has that depth, right? It's very interesting. I think it's all fascinating. I don't know what to do about any of it. Nothing, probably, but but yeah, I would certainly say I'm fully Americanized, without a doubt. But I play nice with others, though. I've always gotten along well with people, and I pride myself on that. So I love learning. When people have time to teach me stuff, I love hearing about it. All right, this bridge is happening. This needs to happen like yesterday. Can somebody come help out here? There it is. That was missing a piece. Now all of this gets done. I haven't decided how we're going to get trams here. They're going to get here by rail. They're going to get dragged here. A lot of this is finished, actually. Pretty impressive. Thanks for listening to my spiel. Thank you for all letting me work that out. I don't know how to say it better. The what emigrating does to a family. Emigrating, and how you hold on to that or don't hold on to that place that you came from, and what that means, and what, if that matters, you know. I will say it takes a very special type of person to do it, and what I've noticed is that my great-grandparents had something that I don't. It just takes a very special circumstance. Like something bad was going down 100 years ago that made people in my family want to leave. I think. Or they just said, I want, like, it's the land of opportunity, blah. I don't know if it was that, or if it was like, I don't know. I don't know exactly the circumstances. I know he was hired to be a machinist in the U.S., and he was open to that, but I think it takes a very special type of person. No matter what year it is, it takes a special type of person to decide to move your family or move yourself and start a family elsewhere. Like that's a fascinating idea on its own. Because 3 generations later, I'm certainly not seeking out other places other than to visit. And like why that should be, I don't exactly know. Like some people have that wanderlust, or maybe a situation that forces them to move, or any number of things that lights a fire under them and makes them want to move their family somewhere else. But I don't see that in my siblings, and I don't see that in my parents, and I don't see that. And I imagine most people like living where they grew up. Or I didn't grow up exactly where I am, but I'd imagine that most people like living in the culture that they grew up in. I don't think that's a stretch. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. If the majority of people moved to outside of their culture, that sounds kind of ridiculous to me. Most people certainly put down roots within the culture they're familiar with. Therefore, to go against that requires something. There's something there. There's something else to it that would make people want to do that. some circumstance or whatever. A great example is how the U.S. had the division of presidency and Congress from the foundation. Yeah, compared to the UK, where the king had ultimate power over Parliament. Yeah. Oh, specifically in the U.S., it's about not that. Specifically in the U.S. Yeah, absolutely. Should I do this? Is this worth it or not really? Specifically, it was founded on anti-monarchy principles, for sure, with a personal freedom twist, you know, with a personal freedom component thrown in, big time, and an individuality complex. Yep. What's the show? 1892 or something? People would literally risk their lives on the Oregon Trail because they believed it was better than what they have. Exactly, yeah. Oh, yeah. Go west, young man. You could see yourself moving to Scandinavia. So, excuse me. Oh, from Belgium. I know so little about Belgium. It's funny. But I know you're in the same neighborhood. Where's Belgium? South of Netherlands? South of Netherlands, east of France. So I imagine the culture is probably a little, you know, shares a little bit there. I would tend to bet. Thereabouts, yeah. In that neighborhood. The U.S. was founded on principles. European nations were founded on let's not die in the woods. Oh, yeah. You get the transition from tribal to something else, to something more organized, feudal, I guess, right? The transition from tribal to feudal is once again, I've played a lot of Crusader Kings, so trust me, I know all about that. It's like a bad joke, but also at the same time, I'm sort of not joking because that has helped me understand a lot of it. A lot of going for, like, let's not die in the woods is hard to do, and that's what humanity has done for the majority of our history. Is let's not die in the woods, and also kill them before they kill us, kind of vibes. You know, it is what it is at that point. I kind of like this as a concept. I think I'll go for it. A little weird, a little quirky. But yeah, if people want to get gas coming from this way, they can use that to loop back into the gas station. If they want to come out, they're on their own. They got to figure that out themselves. We'll do that, plus whoever the closest... So we're getting to the point where there aren't any things within range. There's no buses within range, so we're asking somebody to drive 4 kilometers away, which is a little unfortunate. To get the oil built, at least. But yeah, that's why the town has to get done. Let's get some citizens. We need power. I'm sitting here talking about heritage and nation states and tribalism and not figuring out how we're going to get power, how we're going to get electricity over here. Modern problems require ancient solutions. We move the dirt. Move the dirt. Does anyone know how to make an island? Especially when you can't see. Oh, here we go. It's working. It's working. I can feel it. I can feel it and I can see it. And it's something like this. CK offers about as good a framework for interpreting history as a lot of other options. Yeah. For me, it's geography. So Crusader Kings 3 has helped me a lot with geography. And geography is a really great jumping off point for history. And it's great to, oops, it's great for figuring out. I never questioned what a nation was or what a country, like we always call it a country, right? It's generally called a country, but it's actually a nation state in the modern sense. Like that's how we run things, is with nation states as a planet. And I've never questioned why that existed or why that's a thing. So it's interesting to consider that there were things that were not nation states and how they came to be and how that led. Oh, it's working. It's working. And how that leads to modern day countries. Like, that's an interesting thing. And Crusader Kings gives you the geography and some religions and some names and some families. And then a couple YouTube videos later, you know a lot of stuff. Oh, it's very recent. Oh, yeah, nationalism? Psh. Yep. Like the fact that you can have many cultures combined under a single story is interesting. I think that's an interesting thing, that you can have that many, that you can... Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That you can tell 100 cultures the same story and come out with a country about it, and everyone can be okay with that, is an interesting idea, right? I'm saying, why don't we go for the biggest? Like, let's go for big high voltage wires. The 24, or what are these? 18 megawatt. I'm liking it. I'm digging it. Kingdoms, sure, but they can behave very differently. Yeah, a monarchy is a lot different. And then there's how a clan functions versus a tribe. But Crusader Kings doesn't represent either very well. So I had to look up. It was a jumping off point where then I looked up, like, oh, well, what's the difference? How is a tribe formed versus how are clans combined to form a tribe, or whatever. It's done a little differently in different places long ago. And then industrialization. How does industrialization affect this and that? And modernization and globalization and all the things. Hi. She's so good. She heard me talking about vague history, and she came over. She said, "Oh, that sounds vague. That sounds vaguely interesting." And I said, "Yeah, that's all it is vaguely interesting." But that's where we all live. We all live here. Hi. Oh, she's touching my arm with her paw. What a polite young lady. Thank you. Sort of happy living in a monarchy because it's a very real connection to the far history. Oh, cool. I didn't consider that Sweden is still a monarchy. How... There must be some sort of... there's also a parliament, right? If I'm not mistaken. There's some sort of governing body, non-monarchical. Yeah, there is. Yeah, okay. I thought so. Oh, shoot. Shouldn't have done that. Hi, Cleo. That's the way. Hi, Cleo. Hi. She's a good girl. Yeah. But City Skylines was the same thing to me, where it started making me question car centricity in the US, and it really opened up the algorithm, like the YouTube algorithm, to me in a way that made me look up different topics and research different things. So it's good to do. It's good to research. Knowing more is sometimes is rarely a bad thing. Maybe this is where the power comes in. Something like this. What do we think? Is that a good... It could come over here and then up this. And then maybe... no, I don't like that. Maybe there. And that might be a good enough position. I can't believe we solved power. Can this go over the road? Yeah. Ought we? Ought we or oughtn't we? God, that's ugly. Do you think the cars can limbo under that? You wish you could know less. I know too much. The burden of intelligence. Oh, it just weighs on me so heavily. All these thoughts and ideas in my... I'm going to say my modern brain, but it's also kind of true. I do think that the human brain for a very long time only saw a couple hundred people a day at most. And that's even super recent. It only saw a couple dozen people a day for the majority of human existence. We only observed a few people around us. And now we meet... You can meet so many people in a day, and our hardware is not really designed for that. And for that reason, my day job really tends to wear on me. And I really think that I'm not designed to saying it on Twitch and doing it here is a lot different because I don't have to look any of you in the eye. I can communicate with you and I can talk to you and I can laugh with you and apologize to you and all these things, and I can mean every word of it, but because I'm ultimately sitting here with my cat, this takes like no energy. Like I enjoy this so much, but if I were at a party with all of you and we all had to meet and shake hands and I had to like really like look you in the eyes and truly like decode your face and body language and all the stuff, all the extra stuff that happens like when you're actually in a space with a person is I find it to be exhausting. I'm very introverted, which shouldn't be too shocking to anybody. I'm very introverted. And we could have almost the same level of back and forth, like via text and speech, or even like a phone call or whatever. I could do a voice chat with just about all. I don't even know how many are in here. I'm not paying attention to the numbers because I don't. But I could do a voice chat with everyone in Discord and listen to it and contribute and do all that, and it would take virtually no energy. But being in the room with people is so exhausting at times for me. Not that I'm too good or whatever. It's not like, oh, I'm too good, I'm too cool to hang. It's not that. It's there's something about it where I don't want to like let people down or disappoint people. So I want to be extremely present, and to be that present takes a lot of effort, I think. And it's not that way for everybody, but maybe some of you even relate to me. Who's to say? Some of you might understand exactly what I'm saying. And maybe Twitch and YouTube and stuff attracts I guess I like it. It's not quite parallel to the road. I'm sketching this whole thing out. I guess it's going fine. Should I instead have another transformer down here? You're like that too. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's overstimulating. Like to actually read somebody. And like right now it's a one-way street where you can look at me and look at the game and whatever, and you can look away and you can drift in and out, and like that's the benefit of being a viewer on Twitch, is that you're not, even if I ask you a question and you want to respond, you're not obligated to respond, nor would I be offended if you didn't. Like, it's okay. You can be as present as you want to, and that's kind of the beauty of it. There's a parasocialness to it, but there's also a realness to it, I think. Or it could be all fake. Like somebody else could fake the whole thing I try to mean all of it. It's important to me to mean what I say, but it could be as whatever as people want it to be. It can be as disingenuous as anyone wants it to be. Or you can just reap the benefit of not having to be that attentive and just kind of enjoy things passively. It's all good either way. That's what it's designed for. It's good in that way. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Project 7. Hi. Thanks for bringing friends over. I appreciate it. We weren't talking about weird stuff. Thanks for being here. I'm getting, not existential, but I'm getting something. Some sort of way. Infrastructure does something to me. Everyone shout out to Project 7. We know each other through through Workers and Resources, primarily on Twitch, which is cool. I'm very glad that Workers and Resources is well represented on Twitch. Not a huge game, but still a lot of fun. Trumpets, exactly. Psh. Project 7, can I take you on a small tour? What game were you playing, first of all? And everyone, shout out to Project 7. Were you playing Workers and Resources, perchance? Here, we'll put it on 1 speed for a minute. I'm still trying to figure out exactly... The city doesn't have to be big. The limit is really this building and maybe this road here. Like, that's the whole city right there. And it'll be Oil Town. Fire extinguished, good. Playing Stationeers. Oh, okay, good. The tour. So we'll do this. This will be the interchange tour because the city is somewhat less. The Republic overall is not. There's nothing too crazy. There's a couple farms. We've got food and clothes here. We've got steel there. We've got coal across the way. We don't need to show where the coal is necessarily. There we go. We'll do bauxite instead. The coal's over here. Helicopters. We're doing oil. We're progressing into oil. But what's interesting about what I'm doing is I'm overbuilding every single interchange. This one is actually correctly... It's not very pretty, but it's correctly built. It's just a diamond. And then we go down the way to the trumpet, and the trumpet connects to a kind of a mini clover leaf. What is the thing about? What is Stationeers about also, Project 7? This one was the first real... like interesting interchange that I've ever done in the game. Partial cloverleaf, loved it, very fun. Up the way we've got another trumpet. What else? There's at least one more. There's the original trumpet that you just saw. Quadrant intersections, I'm a big fan. Connecting one road to another via just one little connector road with a bridge, amazing, really powerful. You can actually get away probably with doing this in more places than you need to do a trumpet, I think. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Hope the game was good. Hope chat behaved well. My chat's letting me get weird. We're talking about feudalism. Feudalism and monarchies and nationalism and geography and introversion and... people and society at large. I'll stop. The trumpet. Exactly. Yeah, thanks for bringing friends over. Project 7's chat. If you haven't been here before, feel free to follow if you'd like. I play city builders. I've made a lot of videos on YouTube about city skylines a while ago. So that's a thing. I really like building infrastructure, and I like talking smack. Is this pollution? Is that actually what I'm seeing? No, that's just what water looks like, because there's no pollution up here. All right, this one's done. So we finish up. Let's say this is actually high priority, and this is actually high priority. We'll get these done. Origin, I'm sorry. You missed the old city skylines crazy infrastructure. Yeah, I know. I used to do a lot. I got burnt out. I played too much city skylines, guys. That's really what happened. I did way too much. I did too much too quick. And I lost my zeal for the game. I made one too many videos, or two too many videos. Actually, it was kind of... City Skylines 2 wasn't what I needed it to be when it came out. And I'm still trying to get over it. Another game tip, please let me know. Yeah. Timmy Trumpet. Social anxiety, feudalism, and Dunbar's number. Tell me about Dunbar's number, Apples. It's going to spur some other crazy conversation, I'm sure, but that's... If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. Okay? If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. We need a power thing. A transformer. That's what we need. Robots in disguise. You don't know the details. Give me a brief... Dunbar's number, how does it relate to what we were discussing? That's really what I'm asking. Because I probably will go, oh yeah, I never knew there was a name for that. It's like the Overton window. Like what makes something appropriate to discuss in society, what makes a topic broachable. I've now learned that it's called the Overton window, and it's like, oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, that makes sense. Because every few years, constantly, all the time, what's appropriate is evolving and changing, and that's called the Overton window. Like what's appropriate to talk about and what is deemed entirely unbroachable as a subject. So it's very interesting to see how that shifts over time too. Instead of dragging out your power lines, you can build segmented. Click on one power pole. Ah, it'll net you longer distance between pillars, less resources for the same distance. Okay. Well, that's a good idea. I like doing that when it comes to actually doing like putting power lines on top of one another. I like to build one segment at a time because I can make two sets of power lines combined into one. I'm going to go for a smaller wire because we're no longer building the spine. Oh, hello. Oh, hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm getting my glasses.
Hi. Well, okay. Oh my goodness, it's time. Okay. Here, guys, give me 5. I'll BRB. She's here. I'll be right back. What'd I miss? Everything. Oh, paused with an earshot of a helicopter. I'm sorry. Oh no. Dunbar's number is a formal version of your argument about the maximum number of individuals a person can interact with. Oh, cool. Dunbar's number, around 150. I bet for me it's closer to 100 or less. Close the window, it's getting cold out. Here, let's unpause and let's get the power on. Get the helicopters moving again. Sorry I put everybody on the helicopter. My wife and her cousin came through, and I didn't want to be the rude guy sitting on his computer. But you know how we do. Let's see. You can't even build a house if you didn't remember to get a truck to drive the bricks there. Oh yeah, good answer. Yeah, Jasper, it's a city builder, it's a republic builder. I'm building a whole place, and all the construction is manual, where you have to buy vehicles to bring everything. I'm looking at my cat looking out the window. What vehicle is the best here? I guess speed is of the essence. Let's just... Oh no, I bought 8. Shoot. You don't really want to buy 8 police cars. At least I don't. I'm going to put 4 of them away here. Oh, we have the exact right amount of space. The goal being to not overdo our policing of the area. I've found that it works really well to not have it totally outfitted. Wait, what? Oh, that one. What is this? Oh, that's distribution. Well, okay. They're so fast. 150 miles per hour, kilometers per hour. Quick little guys. Right, what else? Some fire trucks. Let's start with 2. I like that one. Ambulances. I do want to have a full set of ambulances here. I'm liking 103. What's the range on speed? Lowest is 90, highest is 103. We've basically got infinite money. 18 million for the size of our republic is essentially unlimited. What else? What else? We need to build the actual power stuff here. Did I miss anything? Communism copter. Accurate. Let's design a few houses here. We got plenty of space for houses. What is that? Why isn't it running? Oh, because we can't store chemicals. Yeah, of course. Don't worry about that. That all looks really good. I wonder if the roads get a bonus when they're one way versus bidirectional. So it would be cool if the one way road here, if this one were faster truly. Look how fast everyone is. Like, I wonder. It's only going 86 here. This one's going 102. So they're already maxed out. They're going to transition from... It did go slower for a moment, only to speed up again to the same speed. It would be really nice if making the asphalt road one way provided a speed buff to the vehicles. If cars could go faster, to incentivize, not so much to incentivize freeway, but well, to make freeways more useful is my idea. A mid-segment node. Let's see. You might be right. No. It's probably because this is an intersection, and that's mainly for construction purposes. But I leave them in on all of the interchanges. Like there's always a little connector just so nobody's locked out from turning around. If there's a reason to turn around. Who are these? Where are you going? Oh, they're going to get gas. They made it all the way to the police station, and then they said, yeah, we gotta get gas, though. It's funny. So one can go right next to this if we want. Ooh, it could hit there, too. One could go... It would be really nice if it hit all these buildings, but... it's not really worth... Unless we build it right there, like right exactly next to it. Which isn't as useful as it could be. What kind of area am I really trying to cover with these? Maybe 3 or 4 to cover this. Losing my voice. And also going insane. Both. I'm liking that, because I don't think we'll use that space otherwise. That's my logic. What else would we need this space for? Probably nothing. Though, okay, let's see if we can fit a path in here first, because we will probably want to connect this road for walkability reasons. Something like that. Okay. Build it. And this can go somewhere in here. I like that a little better, because it'll construct faster. The longer segment. Connecting it up is going to be a whole nother thing. Let's get some houses. Excuse me. Let's get a couple of houses going. 245 in the fast building ones. Yeah, let's go for it. It's not going to be the most space-efficient layout, but I don't think it has to be. Or we do them sideways the other way. But once again, I don't think it has to be the most space-efficient anything. There's plenty of space. We've mostly got space here. Oh no, it's winter. I forgot winter was a thing. We are going to need snow plows in the area, which means building technical services, which means constructing things. We also don't really want people to move into these houses yet, because they'll die. Simply. Feeling like that kind of layout will work really well here. Just throw it along the road. Good. As far as where trash goes for them, I don't know yet. Where's the waste going to be collected and where's it going to be put? I don't know that either. Don't know anything. I know those police cars sure got there quick by driving on the freeway, but I also know that the freeway is covered in snow. So maybe it goes here-ish. I'm so uncertain. We need technical services. Maybe a big one. Just in case. There's no reason to underbuild it. I don't think we'll use this space for anything else, so this seems good to me. And why not use asphalt? We've got the asphalt for it. Pave it. Pave it. Let me know when that's done. Doesn't cover everything, so let's get one more power thing in here for now. What's it called? Electric substation. One of the best things they ever did was make these connectable by walking path. I'm such an advocate for anything that can be a walking path, make it a walking path. Make it connectable via walking path, because it helps. Rather than forcing you to use a road. Because then you gotta build a whole road. It's a pain. What have I done? So we'll actually have to go around this way, I think. And then along the way here, we'll just follow these wires and we'll make it as if they are one. Go. Q. Power, water, heart. Go planet. Leo, what are you doing? She's gonna be ready for food in a half hour. She's very disappointed that my wife left. Not that she's the only one who feeds her, but just that it's a 50-50 chance and she's just lost one of the people who feed her, and she's like, well, what am I supposed to do now? He's at his computer. Silly kitty. So much of the heavy lifting was done by helicopters. If I actually had to manage all the ground vehicles coming in, this would have taken much, much longer. Oh, geez. And there's no crane. Can helicopters carry cranes? Probably not the road cranes. They can carry regular cranes, though, huh? I should have added cranes to that. What a mess. What a mess. Alright, we've got alcohol. What I've not set up here is trains, so that's somewhat dire. We need to have trains set up. I'm feeling somewhere in here. Or it could be across. It could be on the other side here, and then they drive across the bridge to get there. Just to avoid a bunch of traffic in the town, we can put it on the other side of the train tracks. If I were real clever, I would have planned it out in advance, but I'm not that clever. I'm just trying my best. Also, this isn't completely built yet. Yeah, let's get it built. There is only one rail construction office in this entire republic. Can you believe that? That I've built everything with just this one. Is it the most efficient? Probably not. Does it work awesome though? Yeah, it does. And by awesome, I mean good enough. Definitely that. It would be really great if you could pre-plan everything and just say, yep, in the future build both of these, because it's going to build one and then quit, just like it did with all the rest of them. It picked one branch and built that and disregarded the rest. It's not so cool. I'm just waiting for the moment that one of these burns down. Someone's coming to this, right? Yeah, good. Let's get to... While I'm thinking of it, we should actually have the helicopters powered. So maybe another power supply over here. Another transformer. Tutors in the orphanage. Cool. All of these will need power on a long enough timeline. But right now, maybe just this section needs power, and we'll buy a couple helicopters and we'll get this fueled up. So that's pretty easy. It's easy to do. Hi, Cleo. The girl is back. Medium voltage wires. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As cleanly as we can. That'll work. Let me know when that's done. There's all kinds of work that these helicopters could be doing. I don't know that they have to, but they could be getting these set up, or at least the pipes. They don't know about these. Fundamentally, the helicopters don't know about a bunch of the things that need to be getting built right now. We've been a bit too lax on assigning them. The power supply doesn't even reach? I could have sworn it reached. What? The whole point of building this here was that it might reach. It doesn't. Well, rip. Does this have power? No, it doesn't. Does this have power? It will. Everything else should be fine. Okay, let's build one power thing about here that's just for both of these, specifically. Getting fuel over here would be super duper neat. Uh-oh, train waiting too long. There's something going on somewhere. Something's happening. They're stuck. Okay, that got finished, which means we should be able to assign the rest of these rails to the construction office. Yes. Good. We're going to keep seeing not enough tutors in the orphanage until we get this new orphanage built. Oh, shoot, the entire rail distribution thing. Let's do this. Let's get the cargo thing built. Rail cargo. I'm thinking a 4-lane cargo station, maybe? We'll build it right along the road. So it'll be a little distribution complex down here. Well, since I'm doing it way down here, we can build it on this side, kind of far from the city. With these, it's funny because I usually like to put them in line with the rail. It's not too late. That could happen, but... we probably only need two lanes, two independent rails. And it can probably go pretty close, because I don't think we need all the other connectors there. Yeah, let's just do that, and we'll just use the front half of it, and we'll put distribution up by the road, and then everything can be driven in. This'll work. How long is this building? Wow, okay, it's long enough to support everything. As long as we can fit a train in it, we're good. Let's get the crossovers done. So I'm thinking we just make some endies here, and we so I'm just going to build crossovers onto both sides. For now, we're only going to need it going this way, but eventually we'll want it to go the other way too, probably. It'll also be fun to one day electrify the rail network in this republic. I think that would be a cool thing to do. I've done that on one other build. It wasn't a build that I streamed at all, though. But it was fun. On the NATO side, they have really fast electric trains. So it can be very cool. Good, looking good. I wish I remembered how long of a segment I did here. This is 71 meters. Okay. We'll do something similar here, aiming for 71. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, I see it. It doesn't need a thing in between, really. Like, that's probably what the junction's gonna end up looking like. Might it cause problems? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's alright. I think that's how it needs to be. Build it. Should have a train over here building. Yeah. Now, how will these deliveries work? It would be real nice if the rail cargo stations didn't need a road connection, and it could just use the road connections of the buildings that are built in, that are connected to it. Speaking of this, is this connected to a road? It is. Cool. We do have trains on the way. There's a cargo station on fire currently. It'd be quite the thing if it burned down. Nope, a second fire has broken out. Unrelated, I trust. Now this area is going to need its own power someday. Please, it's high priority. Come and get it. We have all the ingredients for power, we just don't have power yet. We have power's raw components. Girl, Cleo. Oh, we're gonna need a power plant too. So, or the heating plant rather. I suppose the heating plant sort of combines with the other thing that we have to build, the old oil factory. What's it called? Refinery. So let's say the average of the town is about here. It could go anywhere over this way. We could also make it a stop on the way to the refinery, which worked in the steel. For the steel mill, it was interesting. The line worked in such a way where it wound up being a really good idea to do waste disposal and heating plant, I think. No, the heating plant's up here. Yeah, the heating plant is all done off the original stop up at the top. But it made sense to do waste and such on a partway down. Like everyone gets dropped off halfway down the line, sort of extending the industrial area so it could be longer and still be served by a single line to keep things simple. Well, I'm going to save for now. My voice is actually tired of talking. I'll be honest. Your boy's exhausted. I know I said this takes virtually no energy, but also, there's a lot of talking. A lot of talking just happened. Let's see who we got. If anyone's playing Workers and Resources. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you haven't already followed, definitely consider it. You know, think about it. I also have a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube that I stream on and a YouTube that I made a bunch of City Skylines videos on. Both are linked. Or if you search Yumble, you'll find it if you're interested in that type of thing. Hi, Cleo. And she needs food. She's so happy that I'm taking a minute, because she's like, this guy needs to feed me. Let's see. Let's raid. So Randy is a good friend of the stream. This is Randy C. Photo. He's a professional photographer. Thank you, Apples. I appreciate it. I thought everyone was asleep. I don't think we've ever raided Randy before, but here are the raid messages. He's actually a moderator over here, and he's a good friend, been a good friend of the channel for a very long time. It looks like he's making something. He's a real creative dude, so definitely ask him about what's going on. Talk him up on it. Follow over here if you'd like. Follow on the Twitch. Subscribe on the YouTube. I've got 2 of them. One's for streaming, one's for City Skylines. Someday I'll get back to City Skylines too. I don't know. One day. I get asked. I get asked all the time. Over on the YouTube, thank you for watching as well. I see you. I see you living large. Yeah. Everybody, I appreciate it. Feel free to copy the raid message. Randy's great. Randy C. Photo. I'm not sure what he's making, but we're about to find out. Everybody, enjoy your nights. Enjoy your days. Have a good sleep. Have a good morning. Whatever you got. I'll see you in the next stream. Have a good night. Bye.